Okay. So we can start the program.
I hear some background noise.
Yes, sir. I also see. Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's perfect. Yeah. No noise. And do you hear me?
Yes, sir. We are hearing you. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. I will wait.
ଆମେ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରିଦେଲେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଶୁଭାଯିବ ଯଦି ଅନମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କରିଦେବା ତାହେଲେ ଆମ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଶୁଭାଯିବ ମ୍ୟୁଟ୍ କଲେ ଆମେ ଯାହା କହିବା ସେ ଶୁଣିପାରିବେ
ଶୁଣିପାରିବେନି
ଶୁଭାଯିବ
start video share participants तार शुभुनी कहीं से कहूनी तो
एक्चुअली ठीक है म्यूट करिवे कि आपण जे अछन साउंड आछी म्यूट करंतु अनम्यूट कले
ଏଟା ଆଉ ଜଣେ ଆସିଲେ
ଆମର
ଆମର ତ
म्यूट
ନାହିଁ
ଆମର म्यूट कर दिया ना
म्यूट कर दियंतु।
Professor Bhaskaran, can you hear us? Hello. Professor Bhaskaran, can you hear us? Down the.
Yeah, he is available. I think she is muted. Professor Bhaskaran, you can unmute.
I can, yeah. Do you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Wonderful.
Hello. Hello, Professor Bhaskaran, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Do you hear
Okay.
me?
Okay, thank you. Yes, yes, we can.
Great, great. Yeah.
Hello. Good morning, friends.
Good
We are
morning.
going to start the first session talk by Professor Bhaskaran from Canada. So I request Professor Supriya Kaur to chair the session.
Thank you. It gives me a pleasure to welcome Professor Bhaskaran to this morning session. We have only one talk today, and he will tell us about emergent matter. And as you all of you know, he is a very renowned scientist of our country. He has contributed significantly in many areas in condensed matter physics, namely fullerenes, carbon nanotubes, strongly correlated electron system, and many other fields, Hall effect, quantum Hall effect, and so on. He is a recipient of Santi Sarup Bhatnagar Award, and also he has been awarded ICTP prize. And in addition to this, numerous prizes awards he has received. And we are looking forward to his talk today. So it's 1 hour talk. It's 30 minutes talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can go for 30 minutes.
Professor Bhaskaran, we'll start the session.
Okay. Thank you. So is the slide clear? Is the slide visible?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes, sir.
Oh,
It is
wonderful.
visible.
Yes.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you, Naresh Mishra, Lambodar Singh, and Vedanta for inviting me to this wonderful meeting. I'm sorry that I could not come personally. And today morning I was watching the YouTube, and I learned about, I was particularly enjoying the cultural program, and also Sunil Mukhi's talks and others. And then I realized that Orissa is, by tourism, calls it a scenic, serene, and sublime. Recently, it's called India's best kept secret. And I want to begin by saying that one well-known open secret from Orissa is its contribution to physics to the world and to India. Amazing number of physicists are continuing to contribute to physics in India. So let me join you all in the Golden Jubilee celebration and congratulate all those who are and are part of the Department of Physics. I wish the young department at 50 a wonderful future. So I say it with some flowers. And also I take this opportunity to Happy New Year wishes to you all. So let me start with why I am speaking today. While sending title and abstract of my talk to Professor Lambodhar Singh last month on 9th December, I thought 3rd January 2023 is next year. So I didn't realize that it was hardly 3 weeks away. So sorry about the time dilation in my own reference frame. Okay. So I have to tell a little bit about my institute. The Institute of Mathematical Sciences, a small research institute, somewhat like IOP, Bhubaneswar. And we have, theoretical physics, pure mathematics, computer science, and lots of things that might interest young students and young faculty. Then I'm also a part of IIT Madras. Now this is our campus, which is a small campus, not large like Utkal University. Then I am part of IIT Madras, where you have monkeys, deers, and beautiful trees, and good students, and it's fun there. And also I spend some time every year at Perimeter Institute at Canada. It's a beautiful place, and a lot of physics. Research Institute with extensive visitors program. Young students may like to know about Perimeter Scholars International, a 1-year program for MSc students. Also, it's an example of respect by an individual for theoretical physics and science as something that helps transform society. That's by Mike Lazaridis, who is the owner of BlackBerry. He's a billionaire. So he gave a donation of $150 million as an endowment, and then he has given nearly $500 million, saying that theoretical physics has transformed society if you look historically. So it should be supported. Open-ended science should be supported. Now we have many cases, Nobel, Kavli, Yuri Milner, Simons. In our own country, Mahendralal Sarkar, who started the Indian Association of Cultivation of Science, Tatas, Alagappas, Birlas, and so on. And also corporate social responsibility. So it's very important, and I request young faculty and students to think about asking your billionaire uncles and aunts to contribute to science, because if they contribute to science, it will help society in the long run. That's my belief. So unfortunately, this is not happening much in India, even though we like Wipro, Infosys contributing to science, but there are many billionaires who are not contributing, so we should encourage them to contribute. So this is what I'm going to talk today. The living and non-living material world around and beyond possesses innumerable complexities. Most often, the bewildering variety of complexities are incomprehensible. We don't know why they are there. Notion of emergence and hierarchical organization helps us to get a little hold of them or understanding of them. Surprises await when we transit from classical to quantum world. And of course, experiments, contemplation, conceptualization, modeling, and mathematics continue to help us in our effort to understand emergence. I will illustrate it with some recent examples from the world of quantum matter and touch upon an article of Anderson, which is called More is Different. So I'm going to be being a birthday party, I don't want to become too technical. So I will tell some anecdotes, some stories, and show some pictures. That's how it's going to be. So please feel free to ask questions, even provided the organizers allow, even when I'm talking. So if you look at the world around you, you see beautiful mountain, clear sky, the moon there on the first picture, and you see a baby, butterfly, and then birds, flowers. And this is the structure of lanthanum copper oxide, the parent of compound of high temperature cuprate superconductors. You can't see it with your eye, you see it use X-ray diffraction and various other things. And using powerful microscopes, you can even see an amoeba or a bacteria. And then there are, sets and sets within sets. Then people do Hadron Collider, LHC, and so on to find out constituents of proton. They say that there are 3 quarks which constitute a proton. They are very strongly interacting and so on. Very beautiful things are happening. And then there is this big tree. And then there is this blue whale and the elephant, and the man is here. So the world around us is immensely complex and fascinating and humbling. Like imagine you and me are one among 8 billion people. Each person is an universe by himself. So This picture, when I showed it to my grandson, and I asked him, he agreed that it looks like the chicky, peanut candy that we eat. I am sure it's there in Orissa. Must be some local name, Odisha name for that. But it turns out it's not the chicky that we love. It is the recent photograph of the sun using some powerful solar telescope called some Daniel. It's being sorry. Yeah, yeah. So the idea is that you have the sun. It can see the convection activity because sun is very hot and lots of convection things are going on. We knew roughly some pattern. Now with this new telescope, they are able to resolve up to the size of, for example, Bhubaneswar. So that's the power of modern telescopes. And I wish our country participates in such fantastic activities. So now let me begin my talk. So science has been undergoing an unusually long and intense revolution in the last 100 years or more. We can partly attribute this to our atomistic understanding of nature of some of its quantum secrets using experiments, modeling, and mathematics. Am I audible and are you hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because, yeah. So if you look at the quantum mechanics, it's fascinating history. It's a collective effort unique in human history, a forerunner to the collective character of modern science. It all started with Planck, Einstein, Niels Bohr, de Broglie, C.B. Raman, S.N. Bose, Schrödinger, Heisenberg, Pauli, Dirac, and so on. It's a wonderful collective effort. We have got some secret of quantum, of nature, namely quantum physics. And then light enlightens. We know black body radiation. If you look at the black body radiation, its spectrum intensity as a function of wavelength, we can understand the long wavelength part very clearly using classical statistical mechanics. But the short wavelength part, where there is a depletion of intensity, was not understood at all. Planck hypothesized the presence of some distribution which you call as Planck distribution. It's amazing that if you look at the distant sky in the night, there is a black body radiation at 3 Kelvin. It fits so well with the Planck's distribution law, very, very accurately. So this radiation that started nearly 30 billion years ago with the Big Bang, it's just reaching us even now, and that's what we are seeing. So that is the history. And if you look at the laws of physics, there are different atomic scales. Newton's laws give over to laws of quantum mechanics. And particles like electron and proton starts behaving like waves with the wavelength determined by Planck's constant divided by mass times velocity. When it is much larger than the interparticle distance, quantum mechanics starts dominating, and there are surprising phenomena. Even within single particle quantum mechanics, there is a notion of linear superposition, tunneling, quantum entanglement, and so on. And interestingly, one of the reasons why many students don't like quantum mechanics is that most quantum phenomena defy common sense and our classical intuition. So if you accept that, then one can make a lot of progress with quantum mechanics. I will tell about it a little later. So we have Schrödinger equation, we talk into the phase space, we have Hilbert space, then linear vector space representing states. Then these vectors are complex probability amplitudes, and there are many non-classical correlations coming. And the vastness of classical mechanics of 3 particles, for example, n particles have 6 n-dimensional phase space, and the vastness of Hilbert space is mind-boggling. It's in many problems, it's a direct product of finite dimensional Hilbert spaces. And we have identical particles, namely bosons and fermions. Bosons, free bosons form Bose-Einstein condensed state at 0 temperature. Free fermions form Fermi C. And the quantum mechanics, as we learned from Niels Bohr and others, gives stability to an atom. Otherwise, instead of being in a stationary orbit, an electron would have gone and collided with the proton and got itself annihilated. So quantum mechanics binds and creates a variety of quantum matters. It's chemical bonding, molecules, solids, minerals, metals, alloys, insulators, magnets, organic solids, superconductors, multiferroics, and so on. So development in quantum mechanics came from attempts to understand experimental puzzles or wonders of nature. This is true for Planck distribution to standard model of elementary particle physics, about which you heard yesterday. Quantum many-body theory began with Einstein when he tried to understand low temperature specific heat of solid. Ideal Fermi arose when Sommerfeld and others tried to understand specific heat and paramagnetic susceptibility of metals like copper. So lots of activities in the field of condensed matter physics are attempts to understand a bewildering variety of emergent phenomena in experiments in inanimate matter. For example, if you look at Kittel's book, that's what is clear. So with the advent of quantum information theory and the desire to build quantum computers, active fields which attempt to at a deeper understanding of structure of many-body Hilbert space have become very active. They worry about quantum entanglement and all kinds of things. Such were new qubits, building blocks of quantum computers, nuclear spins, electron spins, topological excitation, topological quantum computation, and related many-body theories are all on the go. Consequently, quantum mechanics books have been rewritten with the above emphasis. For example, there is this famous book by Nelson and Chang, which is very different from the quantum mechanics that I am used to, for example, by Schiff. And for the sake of students, several good quantum mechanics and friendly books are available. For example, there are outstanding quantum mechanics courses in our own NPTEL. Famous courses of lectures on quantum mechanics by Professor V. Balakrishnan, my colleague at IIT Madras, my friend R. Shankar from Yale. And there are wonderful courses on quantum mechanics and quantum computation meant for engineers and non-physicists, Umesh Vazrani from Berkeley. And there are beautiful courses. Some of them are even free, qubit by qubit, done by outstanding people. Courses for high school students who appreciate quantum computation. And the institute where I am attached to, Perimeter Institute, excellent teaching resources are available as resources for students and also for teachers. Okay. This is a secret I'm trying to reveal. Quantum mechanics has grown into a wild forest or garden. In order to become an expert and contribute well to some aspects of quantum mechanics, one need not know all of quantum mechanics or quantum field theory or foundational issues of quantum mechanics. Some amount of working familiarity with the rules of the game can take one a long way. For example, my colleague Simon, a distinguished physicist, tells me that if you know matrix multiplication well enough, you can become a master of quantum mechanics and you can even get Nobel Prize. So now, having said that, let me come to the notion of emergence. It was told by Aristotle many, many years ago that the whole is more than sum of its part. This is something that with little thinking we appreciate it. This happens in life and in literature. For example, you have so many letters in a language, put them together, you get poems, you get epics and all kinds of things, literature and art, life, science. So when things combine, new things happen. They exemplify this. Contents and components differ from situation to situation, and nature of emergence continues to surprise us. That's what makes emergence exciting. Let me illustrate it. This notion that A plus A is greater than 2A, more than the sum of its parts, with some examples. Simple example. You see two rings, like they look like Newton's rings, concentric circles, A and A. I keep them separately, they look nice. Now what I do is I just put them together. And you can see that it looks like some insect or a butterfly. If you carefully look at it, it looks as if it's flapping its wing gently. Then if you make one of them smaller, you start seeing some kind of insect going in water. And if you put three of them together, you get Moir pattern. For example, this looks like a cat. And if you rub them, maybe they will make this meow sound. So when you think about it individually, you don't expect emergence of a cat when you overlay three of that. So this is a kind of a simple example of emergence. So emergence in hierarchical structures are well appreciated in biology. Because in biology, we have atoms, molecules, DNA, proteins, cells, myriad forms of life, neuroscience, self-awareness, and so on. And is it unique to biology? The world of inanimate material is also incomprehensible in some sense, as I will describe. For example, now recently we have the world of machines, computers, artificial intelligence. Some people even think that computers can possess consciousness and things like that. So unexpected things could emerge in situations other than biology also. There's a very interesting early discussion between two great scientists, our own Niels Bohr, a physicist, and Ernst Mayr, a distinguished evolutionary biologist. So biologists often boast about emergence and hierarchical structure in biology. And apparently Niels Bohr told Jens Meyer, that's what physics is also about. Suppose you take hydrogen atom, Bohr understands it very well, and put two hydrogen atoms together you get water H2 molecule. Put an oxygen atom, you get water molecule. Then put few water molecules together, you get water cluster, you get hydrogen bonds, then you get water, then you get about 12 phases of ice under various pressure and temperatures. And then when flowing water, you have turbulence. So Niels Bohr is supposed to have said that if you think about hydrogen or water molecule alone, you cannot guess there will be turbulence, or you cannot guess there will be 12 phases of ice. So everything emerges on the way. So this is there in the evolution and the diversity of life in selected essays by Ernst Mayr. So physics, we are used to this. Now, P.W. Anderson put it very eloquently in one of his early papers, which he called very nicely, the title of the paper is More is Different. He argues like this. Suppose you take elementary particle physics. Let's take, you have standard model. Then you know the Lagrangian, and you know what happens, you know quarks interact, and you cannot solve the problem completely of even confinement, but you can do perturbation theory, non-perturbative analysis, and so on, and understand what a proton is, what a neutron is, and then you can understand nuclei, you can understand atoms, and so on. When you put many things together, you have solid-state physics or many-body physics. Then from many-body physics, you go to chemistry. Then from chemistry, we go to molecular biology. From molecular biology, we go to cell biology, and so on. We can go all the way up to physiology, psychology, social sciences, and so on. So Anderson's point is, by knowing elementary particle physics, or for that matter, string theory alone, it's very difficult to understand psychology, emergence of psychology at a later stage, or even emergence of molecular biology. So there is a hierarchy of things that is appearing in nature the way that we see. So he tries to formulate a general theory of just how this shift from quantitative to qualitative difference takes place. That is, when you go from quarks to, let's say, amoeba, there is a quantitative change. There are more number of atoms, number of quarks, and so on, but there is a big qualitative change. So they try to formulate it using the notion of simple broken symmetry, which is very familiar to you in terms of ferromagnetic order, antiferromagnetic order, or crystalline order, and so on, how this broken symmetry brings new rigidity. So Anderson tries to explain everything in his beautiful paper about emergence. So it's also very important to point out that at every level, if we take molecular biology, it's equally complicated or conceptually challenging as elementary particle physics or string theory or standard model is. It's a question of where you start from, because there are lots of experimental clues. We don't understand what's going on. We guess various things and so on. So it's a humbling thing to look at the way science is connected. So Anderson says the ability to reduce everything to simple fundamental laws does not imply the ability to start from those laws and reconstruct the universe. For example, knowing all about Dirac's equation does not tell you about superconductor or life or any amoeba and so on. So he complains about the old attitudes. So at each level of complexity, entirely new properties appear, and so on. So we can see that the whole becomes not merely more, but very different from some of its parts. That's what Aristotle said. Then Anderson says, how will it go in various other places? So now let us think about some simple emergence in hard condensed matter. So we have atoms, chemical bonds, molecules, solids, crystals, glasses, insulators, metals, magnetism, Fermi surfaces, superconducting. For example, if you take carbon alone, carbon can form diamond structure, or it can form graphene. If you take lanthanum, copper, and oxygen, they can form the famous lanthanum copper oxide, a Martin insulator, which becomes high temperature superconductor on doping. So by just knowing the contents of periodic table and the properties of individual atoms, we cannot predict existence of lanthanum copper. There are hierarchical things that happens, as I will illustrate it soon. The world is much richer when it comes to soft condensed matter. We have polymers, we have amino acids, we have nucleic acids. Put them together, you get proteins, you get DNA, you get organelles, you get cells, and so on. And this is one of the protein which is involved in some function, and they do wonderful things. So again, more is different. That is, there's few nucleic acids I think ATGC, AT and GC, they combine in various ways and then become like a blueprint for life of myriads of varieties. Similarly, the 12 or 13 amino acids determine all kinds of proteins. So wonderful things happen. Like this is a well-known example of carbon and allotropes, diamond, fullerene, and so on. Now, emergence in soft condensed matter is fascinating. Chemical bonding, hydrogen bonding, etc., are quantum mechanical. They determine structures and form in turn determines functions in biology. This is well-known paradigm in biology. Function and form, they are related very strongly. Now, until recently, people were thinking that quantum mechanics stops at the level of determining the structure and their form and functions. They are involved in chemical bonding and so on. But now, thanks to new experiments, we are observing fascinating developments. For example, quantum tunneling constantly happening, of tunneling of electron over long distances in DNA and so on, and electron transfer, quantum tunneling of protons, entanglement in photosynthesis, quantum entanglement, role of nuclear spins at room temperature. All these things are now being seen experimentally. So in the warm, wet environment that a biology that we are in, it be the amoeba or a human being, many fascinating quantum phenomena are going on. We don't understand their role. It's just the beginning. So this is something very important for a message to young students. There is a great future in the field of quantum biology. But don't go to speculative quantum biology, because people immediately start speculating and that about consciousness and its connection to quantum mechanics. So that's a separate thing. But I'm talking about quantum phenomena that are based on real experiments. For example, in photosynthesis, in the last 20 years, fascinating developments have shown that the exciton that is produced when a photon gets absorbed in a photosynthetic apparatus, they defy standard thermal phenomena. They move to long distances, maintain the quantum coherence surprisingly. Similarly, in bird navigation, nuclear spins remain coherent over long time scales and so on. So yeah, that is about emergence in soft condensed matter. Now, since my talk is about quantum matter, I will, since students are familiar with solid state physics and so on, I just want to point out emergence of new physics in inanimate quantum matter. For example, Pauli principle, a very simple looking principle that was enunciated by Pauli when he tried to go beyond Bohr's atom model and build atoms with more number of electrons. So it was a principle that was just suggested, an exclusion principle. Then in the hands of Sommerfeld and people like them, they started understanding how this Pauli principle manifests itself among conduction electrons in copper, for example. You get a Fermi sea, then you have band insulators, then you have band gaps, then transistor theory, BCS superconductor, then free Bose gas, harmonic lattice, spontaneous symmetry breaking, and so on. In the last 30, 40 years, new materials in the sense we have tried to understand them rather slowly, strongly correlated electron systems called Mott insulators and Kondo insulators, non-Fermi liquid, and a variety of them are there. And in the last 20, 30 years, fractional quantum Hall effect, resonating valence bond, and quantum spin liquid, and recently Rydberg atoms, ion traps, cold atoms, they're all synthetic matter. All kinds of beautiful things are happening where quantum physics produces fascinating emergence. So there are things like quantum order, topological order, emergent gauge fields. We have, you heard yesterday about standard model, SU2, SU3 gauge theory, and they are all there at the level of elementary particles. But as emergent gauge fields, there are a variety of them even in ordinary materials like graphene and other materials, high temperature superconductors. They are emergent gauge fields. I will come to them a little bit later. So, and also it's fascinating that once you start understanding these quantum systems, unexpected connections are made. For example, the conformal field theory, which is very popular in the context of string theory and quantum field theory, that's immediately applied to condensed matter problem. Chern-Simons theory, K theory, ADAC correspondence, category theory needs to be understood to understand some dirty condensed matter system, spin-ons, holons, and skyrmions, and so on. So now in the process, we have discovered many new things about the structure of Hilbert space, of eigenstates, decoherence-free Hilbert space corners, breakdown of eigenstate thermalization hypotheses, quantum scarce, Hilbert space fragmentation, many-body localization, braiding, topological quantum computing, and so on. So the physics and the consequences are exploding in some sense. And the web of science and unexpected connections I already mentioned briefly. For example, superfluidity in helium-3 was used to understand superfluidity in neutron stars, that you cannot explain the phenomenon of pulsar radiation coming from neutron stars without invoking superfluidity of neutrons on the crest. Similarly, some of the pulsar gretches are explained in a very natural way as neutron star quakes, neutron star vortex lattice quakes. Similarly, superconductivity, a phenomenon that happens in lead and mercury and so on, led through Anderson-Higgs mechanism to elementary particle mass generation, a mechanism of mass generation of elementary particle through what is now known as Higgs particle, a Nobel Prize winning particle. It came from a deeper understanding of superconductivity by Anderson and others. Similarly, a recent exciting model is called Sachdevia and Sachdevia-Kitaev model, an offshoot of quantum field theory, quantum spin liquid. It's amazing that such a system, which has nothing to do with black hole, is realized to throw some light on black hole physics. So it has become extremely popular. David Gross, a Nobel laureate, has written 3 papers. Ed Witten, a Fields medalist, has written 2 papers. So it's an exciting time for the Sachdevia-Kitaev model. It all came as a quantum model to understand some condensed matter phenomena, and then it's exemplifying and it's illustrating something that happens elsewhere at a distant black holes. And it's all because Hilbert space is incomprehensibly vast. Models help our voyage in Hilbert space. Often we get lost. That's why we physicists fight. Various theories think that vacuum is in this corner of the Hilbert space. The other say it's in another corner. Just to, I encourage students and young people to look at this paper by my friend Samuel Shuprana Sinha and Shivram, a student. What they do is they take just a Hilbert space of 2 qubits, which is 4-dimensional Hilbert space. Then to understand entangled states, where entangled states lie in this Hilbert space, they do some mathematics. They find Lorentz geometry emerging, and role of mathematics from classical general relativity is playing an important role. Even though there is no velocity of light here, there is nothing like gravitational constant, but the mathematics starts looking like general theory of relativity. That's the power of or the richness of Hilbert space, even for 2 qubit. Remember, when you study a spin system, we have 2 to the power of n qubits, where n is an Avogadro number. So that you can imagine the richness emerging. Similarly, if we take bosons, many things emerge, like boson, Planck distribution comes from indistinguishability, photoelectric effect, photon quanta, Bose statistics, ideal simulated emission, lasers, Einstein theory of solid specificity, superfluid helium-4, exciton condensation, quantized vortices, quantum turbulence, Josephson-like effects, and so on. So now recently cold atom BEC. So many of them can be used in the context of quantum information theory and quantum computing. So the emergence in pure Bose system, it's itself amazing. You put them together, it's even. So I will tell about carbon and emergence. Already I briefly pointed out, this was started recently. There was renewed interest after the work by Andre Geim and Novoslav on graphene. They got Nobel Prize for. So basically you have graphene, which is a honeycomb lattice of carbon atom, a honeycomb net of carbon atoms. And then, then at the end of the day, what you find is just from the simple carbon atom, put them together, they can form sp2 bonding or sp3 bonding or mixture. So if you do sp3 bonding, you get a diamond world. That's a rich man's world. We will not worry about it right now. But let's go to the poor man's world, namely graphite, sp2. From sp2, it's clear that sigma bond is what is giving the honeycomb structure, and pi bond is what is giving the low energy properties. Then once you have the honeycomb, look at the electron dynamics in the pi bond, it looks like there are 2 bonds, pi and pi star bonds, and there are Dirac cones, and then they have chirality property of the black wave function. And what I want to point out is from just carbon atom alone, we could not have guessed that we'll get room temperature quantum Hall state or some analog gravity or analog relativity emerging from a collection of carbon atoms. So this is the notion of emerging. I have an article in the book called Graphene and its Fascinating Attributes, edited by Pati, Inoki, and Professor Rao. So there's an article by me on emergence and quantum complexity in graphene. So I encourage you to look at it. And this also tells about collaboration pleasant collaboration I had with my colleagues and students at Math Science, Vinu Lukos, R. Shankar, Hassan, M.S. Lad, Ganesh, Sri Lakshmi, Arya, Archana, organically related to the physics department of Utkal University, Jasriel Mani, and so on. So it's amazing that one leads to the other. For example, sp2 hybridization leads to pi bond, which in turn leads to Dirac cones, which in turn leads to block wave function, turned into Kondo effect. For example, two-channel Kondo effect, some work that Krishnendra Sengupta and myself did, which can become a qubit for Majorana qubit for quantum computing. Then anti-localization, parity anomaly, defects as gauge field, Zitterbogung, which in the context of high energy physics and Dirac theory is very difficult to do. You need big accelerators. In principle, you can see such phenomena on the laboratory using graphene and some work. So I explain all these things in my article. Then the work that Pauling's RBB and then dope graphene, possibility of room temperature superconductivity, the work that Shankar and myself did, and various. So it's amazing that just from graphene, so many things emerge. And you can keep doing it. For example, there is a very beautiful book by Volovik called The Universe in a Drop of Helium. This is kind of mimicking the famous poem by, I think, Byron, Seeing the Universe in a Droplet. So what Volovik does is he takes just liquid helium-3, and it has wonderful variety of phases. And then if you look at the low energy physics of those phases, they look like quantum gravity, they look like classical gravity. In some cases, they look like SU2 gauge theory. So there is a variety. So he sees the entire universe in effective theories of liquid helium-3, just one component quantum fluid. So that's the power of emergence. So I think I'm just running out of my time. Organizers, how much time do I have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, I will wind up. I have lots of stories to tell, but it's time to wind up. So I have already told about it, and there's something on Parrot. I will just.
We have 10 minutes. You can take.
No, I have, I don't want to get into question hours. Yeah. Thank you. So I will, directly go into the work that was done with Vinu Lukos. What we did was we took graphene and in the presence of strong magnetic field, and I also applied electric field, many interesting things happened. What we found was mathematically, the problem becomes like special theory of relativity, massless Dirac fermions, where you can remove the applied electric and magnetic field by a Lorentz boost. Then that led to phenomena such as Lorentz contraction and analog phenomena in quantum Hall effect. Similarly, time dilation, a phenomena well known in relativity theory on the lab. And many of these things emerged in a very natural fashion by looking at a condensed matter system. So that you see the beautiful emergence. Some of these things were actually confirmed by friends from TAF or Mandar's group, and also from Columbia and so on. And let me complete with another emergence. If we take hydrogen atoms, again, there are fascinating things happen. Hydrogen under pressure, you get solid hydrogen, and then hydrogen leaks solid. They become remarkable quantum materials. They become Mott insulators. They have resonating valence bond state. They refuse to become metals. So let me go to the gist of the thing. For example, if you look at just simple hydrogen liquid under pressure, it exhibits a variety of phases. They are all not simple insulators. They are Mott insulator with potential high temperature superconductivity at the heart of it. And then that's why in the recent context, there is a lot of excitement about superconductivity in hydrogen-rich materials. That is, if you take, for example, lanthanum hydride, for every lanthanum atom, there are 10 hydrogen atoms. and apply a great pressure, it becomes a 250 Kelvin TC superconductor. But unfortunately, you have to hold it at that great pressure, which is an enormous pressure. Like the core of the Earth has a pressure of 300 GPa. So you have to create such a large pressure in a small volume and then it's unstable. Once you remove the pressure, it's no more superconducting. Recently, Ranga Dias and company from Rochester has shown room temperature superconductivity in carbon, sulfur, hydrogen rich system. And it's being debated. There are lots of issues about it, but I am, as a theorist, very confident that this is possible, and it's not, it's a distinct possibility. And many things are happening. And yeah, you can see I have written some papers about it. And then let me complete the next 2 minutes. See, the Nobel Prize was given to Giorgio Parisi, Manabe, and Heiselman last year. And the case of Paris is very interesting because this is also good for students. Science and scientists have no boundaries. Science is fun when you get deeply involved. This is very clear from the profile of Giorgio Parisi, his research career. He started working on deep inelastic scattering. There's something called alternative Parisi equation. He started doing string theory and infrared divergence issues, quantum gravity, stochastic quantization, lattice gauge theory, Largian matrix model. Slowly, he became a condensed matter theorist. He started working on something called spin glass theory, which led him to theories from brain and then bird flocking and so on. So you can see the excursion of a physicist to a variety of fields because he is taken to where new emergence appears. That's what is happening. And I had the pleasure of knowing Parisi for a long time. And some of his collaborators are my good friends. Okay, now what did Parisi do? I will not go into it. I will just point out that Parisi analyzed a model that was proposed by Edwards and Anderson. They say that suppose you take copper and replace some of the copper atom by manganese, then what you have is a random lattice of manganese atom embedded in a crystalline copper background. Now, depending on the separation between the two spins, the spins will be ferromagnetic or antiferromagnetic. That's called RKK interaction. We'll not go into detail. Then the end result is this system doesn't know what to do because one neighbor says that you point parallel to me, other neighbor says please point anti-parallel to me. So it's called a frustrated system, and we do not know what happens. And Edwards and Anderson played with the toy model, which was made even simpler by Sherrington and Kirkpatrick, and they introduced a mathematical trick. The end result was a Nobel Prize by Parisi. That Parisi found that this so-called frustrated system has a fantastic organization of the vacuum, of the ground states, which can be put in a hierarchical forms called ultrametric space. And this has profound consequences. It became a model for brain theory. There is spin glass model for brain neural network by John Hopfield, which is behind all this deep learning algorithm network and so on. Developments came from a very simple spin model. And my own colleague, late Professor Vasudevan, has worked on it. And two of my colleagues, Ramesh Anishetty and Sitabra Sinha, they work on it. So unexpected emergence from spin glass, you have suddenly get connected to neural networks and brain functioning and so on. And so sky is the limit. I think with this, I will, let me see. Just 2 more seconds. So for students, since the audience will have some students, so please have group discussions. Don't be alone. Just every week meet twice or thrice in your group with others and discuss, because once you're discuss among yourself, the power increases. You have no inhibition and you understand somebody complements others' efforts and so on. And this is important because of the story of Einstein. Einstein, during his days as 5-year MSc physics course in ETH, he collected a group of students, about 10 of them. They looked at things together at depth, and they talk about a book that profoundly influenced them. That book was by Poincaré on science and hypothesis, that enumerated 4 unsolved problems at that time: Brownian motion, photoelectric effect, ether, and one more problem. And this group of students, without any help from the professor, solved the problem collectively over years, and that's what led to the theory of relativity and so on. So let me complete by saying that as students, it is something that I make it a point to tell students wherever I go, please make use of your collective strength. Don't keep watching a cell phone or WhatsApp messages or internet messages. Just sit together, throw the cell phone away, discuss among yourself, and you can become great. Thank you very much. Wish you all the very best. So thank you, organizers. I'm sorry I have exceeded my time.
That's okay. Thank you, Professor Bhaskaran, for this elegant talk, connecting various branches of physics and beyond physics also. So we have time for questions.
Yeah, I'll be very happy to. Normally, students are very shy. They don't ask questions. And whenever I'm there physically, they ask me questions when I come out of the lecture hall. So if I can come to Utkal University right now, they'll be very happy to talk to me. I can't come unless you teleport me.
Yeah, Professor Bhaskaran, so thank you for your very nice and so many materials you have put for the students, so many collections you have done, and you have covered so many branches also in the quantum materials and the quantum systems. So coming to the last part of your talk, when you talk about the emergency of different quantum phenomenon and different concept, quantum concept in a simple graphene system. So graphene is just only one, okay, out of the pools of 2D system. Okay,
it's a monoatomic system.
Yeah. And you can see every day, every week, there are so many addition of the 2D systems. Thousands now already. Hundreds and thousands of 2D systems have already been enriched. And what experimentally difficult, only some more has been explored. So what do you think? Because if graphene is such a simple system, so many things we can do. But if you are going to the other 2D system apart from the graphene, like so many TMD, topological insulator, and so on.
Pramoda, it's a very good question.
Yeah.
So sky is the limit because graphene is, as you said, one system. There is a whole field of, as you are familiar with, transition metal discharge layered materials with wonderful properties. They are strongly correlated. There is ferromagnetism, there is antiferromagnetism, there is quantum spin liquid, exciton condensation. So that's what is kind of intimidating, that each one shows many, many ways, and we don't know what to do. But this is where one message that I would like to convey from Phil Anderson, who is unfortunately no more, my former collaborator, is that don't get intimidated. Keep looking at the experimental results. Collectively, you will get some general picture behind all these transition metal dichalcogenides, perhaps which is not captured by graphene. There is something beyond graphene. So look for such features and develop theory and concepts. So while nature can intimidate us, we should pay back by extracting general features from this variety of phenomena. Like as they say, you look for don't lose the forest when you look at the trees. So you are looking at a forest. Yeah, like 2D materials have become like a forest. I'm sure there are beautiful things there. From a distance also we can enjoy.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Any other question?
Hi, Bhaskaran.
Hi.
I was just expecting some comments on high temperature superconductivity and its present status.
Okay. So, let me be very straight. What about the status of room temperature superconductivity? Because high temperature superconductivity, people have gone up to 150 Kelvin in cuprates and so on. But recently, this revolutionary development in hydrogen-rich material and pressure has taken us to 280 Kelvin, and according to Ranga Dayas and company, even 300 Kelvin, which is a fascinating possibility. And the theory of that, in my opinion, even though people think it's conventional superconductor, I have written papers saying it's highly unconventional. There is some mod physics behind it. So those who are interested may look at it. So the field of high temperature superconductivity is also very fascinating in the sense there are many ways by which it can be realized. Cuprates only showed us one way. I have written an article called 5-fold Way to New Superconductors. It's available freely in the internet. It came as a special article in Pramana, a special issue. So there, at least based on my little experience, I described 5 different ways by which you can get new superconductors. Possibly one of them will lead to room temperature superconductivity without much problem. I would like to point out that from theory point of view, particularly the resonating valence bond state theory that I was fortunate to be involved with Phil Anderson, has no restriction on reaching room temperature superconductivity. There is no solid state chemical constraint or quantum chemical constraint which prevents room temperature superconductivity. The main constraints are something called competing orders. That is, when you have a strongly interacting electron system like cuprates, it's like Indian democracy. There are many parties they want to win. So they find at the end everybody loses. Very rarely you get some good party winning. That's what happens in high temperature superconductors. You look at the family of superconductors, there are about 30, 40 of them. All of them are 5 Kelvin, 20 Kelvin, 50 Kelvin, 90 Kelvin. Some of them become 160 Kelvin. And if you look carefully, those materials, they have less computing order, so-called charge order or spin order or lattice distortions. So those who can suppress computing orders can become really high temperature superconductors. So that seems to be a new and unexpected challenge in the field of high temperature superconductor. Because strongly correlated system, if you think of them as providing a mechanism for superconductivity, they are very generous and liberal. So they support or encourage many, many orders. So they compute and fight. So you have to find ways of overcoming competition.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question from the audience? Yes.
Professor Bhaskaran, I have a very naive question perhaps. The whole
Please.
evolution of universe is a
Yeah.
beautiful example of emergence. Is it correct or not? The whole...
So please repeat. Exactly. Yeah, you're right. If you look at the Big Bang theory,
Yes.
they say that it started from nothing. There was a lot of energy density. I don't understand it. Then there was a singularity and explosion. And it's a beautiful, as you say, it's the best example of emergence. Over 13 billion years, even electrons didn't exist at some point. They emerged, and then quarks emerged and so on. And then galaxies emerged and planets and so on. Now we're life, and we are sitting here, a tiny dot in the vastness of space and tiny dot in this time also. We are talking about universe and history and so on. And also we are occasionally fighting. From that sense, science is very humbling.
Yes.
It's very humbling. It tells us our smallness in the universe.
Exactly.
We are hardly 1 meter, a couple of meters long, and we live for 100 years, let us say.
Exactly.
And then we make so much noise, we make so much fight, we kill each other. It's terrible. We should live peacefully and happily and not fighting. And science in that way is really giving us a humbling message.
Thank you. I have another question. When you talk of emergence of gravity or SU2 gas theory, etc., in a condensed matter system, do you mean to say that also we get the gravitational forces emerging, or only the mathematics of it? Or similarly,
Only the mathematics. So, it's a very good question. For example, there is thermodynamic theory of gravity due to people like our late Paddy and so on. So there, the real gravitational forces are supposed to emerge from some effective thermodynamic theory which they are trying to build. But in things like graphene, for example, in the presence of electric, my former student Akbar Jafari has written beautiful papers about emergence of event horizon in a graphene in the presence of tilted Dirac cones. So it's a mathematics but physical things like gravitational radiation or graviton can be thought about. So some gravitational, because there are situations where the analog gravity is quantized, it has quantum fluctuations. So there is analog of graviton, spin 2 particles. In fact, in a very exciting recent development in fractional quantum Hall effect, there is a lot of discussion about emergent graviton in 2+1 dimension. These are pioneered by Haldane. In fact, my own colleague Ajit Balram has recently written a paper about not only emergent quantum gravity into gravitational spin 2 particle being degenerated with the fermions. So they are like super gravity. So I encourage people to look at Balram's paper. So emergent gravity can be at the level of classical gravity and also quantum gravity, including what is called Hawking radiation. There are proposals to observe Hawking-like radiation in lab systems, but the corresponding parameters will be different. You won't have Planck's constant, something else, and so on.
So my
So
question,
this notion of,
sorry,
yeah, please, yeah.
okay, my question actually stems from the fact that mathematics doesn't necessarily always represent the nature.
No, see, yeah, exactly. So this is called effective mathematics. That is, so I have graphene, which is a mess. There is ultraviolet cutoff, and there is ripples and so on. But if I look at low energy scale to some approximations at some energy scale and length scales and time scale, I can approximate it well by Dirac theory in 2 + 1 dimension. So I know that I am doing this as an approximation over a range. I should not take it beyond the range of validity. So within that range of validity, if Zitterbogung is possible, I will observe it. If I see Klein paradox is possible, I will observe it. If Lorentz contraction is possible, I will observe it. Analog. That's what we did it with the graphene. So mathematics is an approximate representation of reality over some range of parameters. In that sense, I'm saying. For example, even according to string theory, standard model is an emergent phenomena. According to strings, there are so many modes, then there is compactifications and so on. At the end of the day, you get some SU2 cross U1 to cross SU3 and so on, which is yet to be shown. But the notion of emergence coming as an effective low energy theory is well known in the context of elementary particle physics also. So that's what is happening here. If I do not know if I have answered your question correctly.
Okay, thank you. I have a question.
Yeah.
It's related to classical. When you said in your slide that classical to quantum, it's always necessary to go to quantum theory to see quantum matter. When you think in terms of emergent theory, there is
this is very, very. So the question that you are asking is a very deep question. For example, I remember listening to a colloquium by 't Hooft, the famous Nobel laureate at Perimeter. He was proposing that can quantum mechanics emerge in some interacting classical system? Then people will object saying that it will not, or the Bell's inequality will be violated and so on. So he tried to overcome many of these things by some clever argument. I do not know what was the status, but it's a very important question. Can I get, also it's related to foundational issues, can I get emergent quantum mechanics from deeply classical system, like hidden variable theories? There are controversial. Recently, I found a very interesting paper by Preskill from Caltech. Preskill says that he can construct an interacting classical model whose boundary behaves like quantum system to the degree of approximation that you demand. He can tune the parameter and it can make it look like quantum. So I really do not know. But quantum mechanics by itself is mysterious. I don't want it to emerge from classical mechanics. That may be too much to demand, because we have to understand why quantum mechanics is what it is.
Okay, thank you. My point was regarding topology. There are other parameters, other ways of looking at quantum aspects, like topological, where there is also is mixing of symmetries of internal space with, say, space-time, Lorentz symmetry, and so on.
Right. In fact, yeah, this very interestingly, such things happen in condensed matter contexts also. The mixing of internal versus external, like, it happens in high energy physics. I'm trying to remember some recent examples where space-time get mixed with internal symmetries.
Right, yeah.
There are some, and in fact, what is remarkable is condensed matter physics is very rich. It doesn't respect Lorentz invariance, Lorentz invariance is a luxury that only we have in high energy physics or at very speed. Whereas in quantum mechanics, you can see a Dirac cone or a tilted Dirac cone, 2 velocities of light and a variety of things.
Okay. We have, I think there are some questions in the chat there. If you can see.
Yeah. I don't see them. Let me see. Will somebody read it? I'm opening this chat. So I'm not able to open the chat. So will somebody organize read it for me? See, I see the chat, but then it's very kind of fuzzy for me. Please read it for me.
Okay, no questions from the chat box. Okay, so it was a very beautiful talk and all of us have enjoyed this. We'd like to thank the speaker of this session.
I'm sorry that I didn't appear yesterday. It was my sloppiness. And I'm glad that I was able to speak to you today. And Happy New Year, and wish you all the best. And I think this department is very young, and there are a lot of opportunities to reach new status. I remember coming as a UGC expert reviewing the Utkal University about 10, 15 years ago. It was a very memorable visit. I visited various departments, and it was fun. So I would have liked to come personally and see the department now, but I'm sure I will take another opportunity and
Yes, please do.
Yeah.
Let's thank the speaker. We'll close this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Hello. So we'll break for half an hour or say 20 minutes, and then we'll assemble for the felicitation ceremony.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Namaskar. So I request all of you to kindly sit. We are starting the program. So I would first request the dignitaries, VC Madam Professor Savita Acharya, President of the Utkal University Alumni Association, Professor LP Singh, Vice President of the Alumni Association, Professor DP Mahapatra, and HOD, Professor Praful Panda, to kindly come to the dais. Okay. Let's give a big round of applause to welcome them. Thank you. I would request the students to sing the university theme song, and then we will start the felicitation program. So the students.
शिखरी चूड़ नमाळ पुण्य जलधि जल खेली उठ सघने प्राची गगन सिरे भासी कनक नीरे आस तपन उत्कल भुवने तुंग शिखरी चूड़ कुंज कानन माळ पुण्य जलधि जल खेली उठ सघने प्राची गगन सिरे भासी कनक नीरे आस तपन उत्कल भुवने तुंग शिखरी चूड़ा उत्कल किबा सरग भूमि
बिलवन शैल सिंधु सुषमा घेनी
जनमी देशे आजी जननी कोळे राजी धन्य कोटि नर नारी मरनर जीवने प्राची गगन सिरे भासी कनक नीरे आस तपन उत्कल भुवने तुंग शिखरी चूड़ा तो भली जननी थाउ जन्म भूमि
कि दुख ए ओडियार पराणे पुणी
मोहन मूर्ति से दियो गो माजी पेई कोटि संतान तोर प्रणमुए चरणे प्राची गगन सिरे भासी कनक नीरे आस तपन उत्कल भुवने तुंग शिखरी चूड़ कुंज कानन माळ पुण्य जलधि जल खेली उठ सघने ପ୍ରାଚୀ ଗଗନ ଶିରେ ଭାସି କନକ ନୀରେ ଆସ ତପନ ଉଇଏ ଉତ୍କଳ ଭୁବନେ ତୁଙ୍ଗ ଶିଖରି ଚୂଡ଼ା।
Hello. So thank you so much, students, Rajmohan, Aditi, Jigyasa, Padmaja, and Itisri for singing this beautiful university theme song. So I again welcome you to this felicitation ceremony. My name is Subhankar Vedant. I have been an alumni of this department, and now I'm currently working as an associate professor at NISER Bhubaneswar. So before we begin this program, I just like to spend a minute telling the importance of this department and the kind of relation we grow over the years among alumni. And just for an example, recently I have been to IIT Jodhpur for a conference, IUMRS conference, a very big conference, about 1,000 people came. So I went there to give an invited talk. My dear Devakant was also there to give another invited talk. And in IIT Jodhpur, I think 2 of our physics department alumni are working in the physics department, Durga Madhav and Ritanjali Maharana. Ritanjali is an high energy physicist and Durga Madhav is a condensed matter experimentalist. So Ritanjali, I think probably have seen her when she was doing MSc in the department. So when she heard that I'm there, she came to meet me and Devakant. It was so nice of her. And then Devakant and me in the evening, we were interested to go to the sand dunes, which is like about 70-80 kilometers from IIT Jodhpur campus. So she offered, why don't you take my car and go? So this is the relation. I mean, you don't actually feel this, I think, anywhere else. So I was asking my students who have been graduated from some central university or other good places. I was asking, do you have such kind of relations? They were telling no. So, I mean, all credit goes to our teachers, the staff who have actually nurtured us during our stay during MSc time. And I'm really thankful to all those teachers. I think all the alumni are thankful to all those teachers. They probably join and echo me in giving our sincere appreciation. So in this context, we are actually having this little ceremonial function now, where we will felicitate all our staff, teachers who have been associated from the beginning of this department. Some of them are not, unfortunately, with us, but some of them are here. And it is a real privileged moment for all the students to join hands and to felicitate. Because sometimes you see that some of the teachers who are also part of the alumni function, alumni society, so they are being felicitated. But please note that this felicitation is from the students to the teachers and the staffs, expressing our thanks and gratitude. So in this regard, I'm very thankful to Vice Chancellor Madam for joining and joining this felicitation function. So we will begin with the felicitation of the supporting staff and scientific staff of the department. So I will read the names. We have some data who are here, but there may be some other people who could join. So in case the staff and the teachers are here or the family, so kindly come to the dais, the stage, and we will have the felicitation. Okay, thank you. So let's start with Mr. Viranchi Narayan Sahu. So let's clap. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, so next is Mr. Bhagyadhar Jena. Thank you so much, Mr. Biranchi Narayan Sahu, for your kind service to the department. So next is Mr. Bhagyadhar Jena. I think next is Mr. Satyavadi Jena, but he is not here probably. If anybody is from family or he is here. Okay. Next is Baidyanath Maharana. Okay. Thank you for your kind service to the department. Mr. Nityanand Nayak. Next is Mr. Lambodhar Pradhan. I think Mr. Lingaraj Ratha is not here. Next is Mr. Late Parsuram Nayak. I think nobody is from here. And next is Mr. Bharat Chandra Nayak. Thank you for your service. And then we have a couple of names who are unfortunately not with us anymore. Late Rasanand Padhi, late Punna Chandrakar, late Goyadhar Sethi. But I think from the family of late Narayan Tripathi, there should be someone.
Hello. Hello.
Late Narayan Tripathi. Anybody from his family? Okay. If not the case, Mr. Bhavani Das, Mr. Gunna Bhai, he's not here. Then Mr. Basant Kumar Biswal. Thank you very much for your kind service to the department. We appreciate it. Mr. Basant Kumar Biswal. Then anybody from the family of late Mr. Dansahi? Anybody? No. Then Mr. Trilochan Rath. Mr. Dayanadhi Das. Mr. Dayanadhi Das. Mr. Muralidharan Sichandan. Okay. Mr. Samara Muduli. I'm Samastanga Priya Samara Bhai. Mr. Loknath Porida. Mrs. Rasmi Sahu. Hello, hello. Mr. Birupaksha Sarangi. Mr. Gopal Behera. Mr. Tapas Mohanty. Mr. Kishore Misra. Thank you for currently serving the department. Okay, so next is Dr. Dhrumanand Behera. Where is Dhruban sir? Okay. Dhruban sir, of course, was actually working at department as a scientific staff, but he was just like our teacher because he has taught many courses to many batches. And we all sincerely appreciate your efforts. And because of that, he actually, he moved to NIT Rourkela as a professor and finally retired from NIT Rourkela recently. So Professor Behra will come soon. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for coming. So let's hear it from Professor Dhruban Behra. Students, I don't hear your claps. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I would continue with the teachers. Late Professor Bibi Deo was the first faculty. He's not with us anymore, but I think Madam Deo is here. So I would request somebody to help her to come to the stage. Again, okay. So Madam Vice Chancellor will go down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. Ah, yes. Madam, thank you. There is a little bit correction. Thank you, madam, for coming all the way and to encourage us. Yes. Thank you. Next is, we all know Professor Lakhinder Maharana passed away a few years ago, and we sincerely miss him. And Madam is here. So I would request Vice Chancellor Madam to felicitate. Thank you, Madam. Very kind of you. Thank you. So I request Sir and Madam to come. Okay, Professor T. Pradhan, he is also not with us anymore. I think from his family, probably nobody is here. Then late Professor K. Samuel, I think nobody is here. I'm still reading the names just to, memorize our beloved teachers. Late Professor Prasant K. Misra, he's also not here. Late Professor Sarda Prasad Mohanty from his family. Professor Narayan Chandra Das here. Professor Niranjan Barik, sir has come. Sir is probably coming. We hope that by end of the function, sir comes. Okay, I will continue. Then Madam Professor Mamta Satpathy, I think she cannot come, she said. Professor Sukhdev Mohanty, no. Professor Satyadhar Jena, I think sir is here. Yeah, so let's hear for Professor Satyadhar Jena. Sir was very kind. So next is our beloved Professor Karmadev Maharana. Sir, I request you to come up. I think anybody from Professor Minoketan Porida. So, Karmadev sir, Please, I request you. Professor Minoketan Porida, anybody from his family? No. Professor Vijay Kumar Porida. Now I would request Professor Swapna Madam, Swapna Mahapatra Madam. Madam, kindly come. Next is Professor N.C. Misra. Sir, I request you to come, please. ताली बंद होना नहीं चाहिए. I request, continue. At least we can clap, yeah, for a few minutes continuously. We have a good lunch ahead. So continue. Sir.
सम्माननीय कुलपति महोदय, मैडम देव, प्रोफेसर जीवन कृष्ण महापात्र, बंधुगण, ये गोटे ये प्रकार उत्सव जोटा को आमे पाइबा को बहुत दिन अपेक्षा करथिलु. बहुत लेट हेले मध्य ए आमे करि परचु. तेणु आमर यंग पिला जो माने करिसंती तांको धन्यवाद. गोटे कथा मने पकेबी प्रा अधिकांश जानते नाही. ए विश्वविद्यालय आरंभ होला, ये कैंपस आरंभ होला से बहुत पुराना कथा. 58 मसीहा सब आर्ट्स डिपार्टमेंट हैला, साइंस डिपार्टमेंट हैला नाही. डॉक्टर परिजा भाइस चांसलरशिप गला, डॉक्टर सदाशिव मिश्र भाइस चांसलर हेले. डॉक्टर सदाशिव मिश्र कहले मुझे जहाँ कहबी कई खराब भाई मजार कहते, बहुत मजार कहते ज्ञानी लोक भल टीचर. आउ से कहले डॉक्टर परिजा मेडिटेट टोल्ड आई विल मेड इट ए यूनिवर्सिटी. तेणु सी फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री दीटा डिपार्टमेंट खोलिले. आमे यही अवसर टे मन पकड़ आमर कर्तव्य हूँ मन पकड़ा. से कुलपति हिसाब से आम डिपार्टमेंट खोली. प्रथम जो शिक्षक अपॉइंटमेंट हेले से अपॉइंटमेंट कर निरंजन बाबू, डॉक्टर सामल, प्रोफेसर देव, डॉक्टर कुलमणि सामल, डॉक्टर प्रशांत कुमार मिश्र, ये समस्त किसी अपॉइंटमेंट कर. ये प्रथम कथा मुझे कहली आप जनवाई मन पकेबी. द्वितीय मोर पर्सनाल कथा कहबी. मो ये विश्वविद्यालय काम कर प्राय 25 वर्ष. बहुत विभाग रे काम कर हॉस्टल ठू आरंभ करी पीजी काउंसिल पर्यंत, ऑफिस ठू आरंभ करी बैंक पर्यंत बहुत सहयोग पाई. एते सहयोग बोधे कहीं पाइबे ना. जो पुराना एम्प्लॉय अच्छा ऑफिस मिसई कहे जो काम आरंभ कर सब काम सक्सेसफुल हो. सब एम्प्लॉय सहयोग कर. मत जड़े एम्प्लॉय कहले सार केमती आपको सहयोग कर हाथ ऊपर टेकिली. से कहले सर हाथ कहीं ऊपर टेकुंट किए जानी थो ऊपर. तेणु मु आम समस्त सहकर्मी मान को मो जीवन शेष अवस्था समस्त के मोर कृतज्ञता जनाऊँ.
धन्यवाद सर. आमे आपण पर सब बेले कृतज्ञ. Please clap more. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. I request now Madam Swapna Mahapatra to kindly come. Thank you so much. Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now I request Professor Naresh Chandra Mishra sir. Naresh sir, kindly come. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you, madam. Thanks to all of you. विपद कहबी ये विजन डॉक्यूमेंट आमर स्वप्न आम बहुत देखीचु इथरे भी स्वप्न देखुचु 85 मसीह मु जॉइन करी बहुत किसी स्वप्न प्रोफेसर सिंह प्रोफेसर पटनायक संगे मिसिकी बहुत किसी स्वप्न देखी ये जो डिपार्टमेंट बिल्डिंग टी अच्छी प्रोफेसर सिंह मु बसिक नक्शा चेंज करूँ जे आमर जो सिटिंग रूम गुड़ा लंबालिया अच्छी छोट करदे आर पटुआ बड़ बड़ करदे आमर एत लंबालिया दरकार ना बहुत किसी नक्शा चेंज कर नक्शा गुड़ा रही जाए बिल्डिंग टा जमती सेमती अच्छी नक्शा बाटे अच्छी एंड वेल दिस इज आउ मोर जहाँ अनुभूति 85 मसीह 2015 भितर रिटायरमेंट भितर गोटे छोटकाटिया लैबोरेटरी सृष्टि करी एंड दैट one page write up is there in the souvenir. Development of experimental research activities in and well I don't see Professor Basa. Deepak Basa is not around. Achha, achha. Okay then. So thank you, Lord. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. Next is Professor Madam Puspa Khare, but she is not here. She could not join. Professor Deepak Kumar Basa, I think Basa sir health is also not good, so fortunately could not join. Then I would request Madam to felicitate also our very beloved Professor Lambodar Prasad Singh. Please, come on, guys. Thank you so much, sir, for all your help and support and encouragement. So we will now felicitate our current faculties. So let's begin with Professor Praful Kumar Panda. So, and I would request next Professor Seshanshu Pal. Next is Dr. Jagdish Kumar, Dr. Bhagavan Kisan, and Dr. Pramod Kumar Samal, who has moved to Sambalpur University. Yeah. Thank you so much. Seshanshu is here. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Jagdish Kumar. Come on. These are your current teachers, students. Thank you. Dr. Bhagavan Kisan. And next is Dr. Pramod Samal. Thank you, Bhagavan. Next is Pramod. The interesting thing, last 5 faculty, Pramod has moved to GM University. All of them are also alumni of this department. Come on, clap. Thank you so much. Now there is a special award or a prize which has been instituted by one of our alumni, Sangram Jetty. Sangram, are you there? Well, He is the batch 2000 to 2002, happened to just 1 year junior to me. So Sangram has instituted a prize in the name of Professor Niranjan Barik. It's called Niranjan Barik Merit Scholarship. And this goes to one of the meritorious student every year. And for the year 2022, this prize goes to Mr. Nitesh Kumar Patra. Nitesh, congratulations. Where are you? Nitesh is also very active for this event. So let's hear it. Congratulations, Nitesh. Thank you. Professor Niranjan Barik sir asinanti na? Acha, okay. So I think last but not least, I would request Professor LP Singh, the president of the Alumni Association, to kindly felicitate Vice Chancellor Madam. So, guys, come on. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think the felicitation is kind of done, unless I missed out something or somebody. Okay, if not the case, I think we are done. So I request Madam to say a few words. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I wish a very vibrant and prosperous New Year 2023 to all of you. And this is the validatory session and the end of the seminar. Esteemed members on the dais and of the dais, all the dignitaries, all senior professors, samastanku more namaskar. In the Department of Physics, they have such a distinguished, they have alumni throughout the globe. And it is indeed a pleasure for me to speak few words before all physicists, all distinguished scientists. And at the end, I can congratulate the organizers, the Department of Physics, the head of the department and his team, and all alumni who are present, who have attended and participated in this alumni meet come a national seminar. And as the administrator, I can say this Alumni Connect is very important today. As far as the new education policy 2020 is concerned, and we are now going to implement new education policy very shortly. And alumni, they have a great role to play. They can connect the students, they can counsel the students, and they can help the students in career building. And this is my honest request to all the alumni who would be available. They can come and meet the students within a particular interval, even once in a month, who are in Bhubaneswar or Cuttack or nearby places, who are far away from Odisha and far away from India. They can counsel the students through online also. And I can request the president and the head of the Department of Physics, president of Alumni Association, that they can arrange every month a counseling session, a motivational session for both online and offline mode, in blended mode, so that the people will be, I know all the students are very brilliant, very genius, but they need some type of motivational talk or motivational counseling towards the building of their career. And I hope Physics department has a very strong alumni, and all alumni will definitely connect their future, that students who are the future of the society. And again, I appeal that all alumni, they should take care of their predecessors. They can take care of the present students towards building their careers And I congratulate again all the students, faculty members, head of the Department of Physics, President, Alumni Association, and all members of Alumni Association. I wish all the best. Jai Jagannath.
माननीय कुलपति प्रोफेसर सविता आचार्य महोदय, डिपार्टमेंट मुख्य प्रोफेसर पट्टनायक, आम आलुमनी पुरातन छात्र संघर उपसभापति प्रोफेसर महापात्र, पूजनीय मैडम देव, सम्मानास्पद प्रोफेसर जीवन कृष्ण महापात्र, प्रोफेसर प्रतिभास पट्टनायक एवं आमर लक्ष्मीधर महाराणा धर्मपत्नी श्रीमती महाराणा एवं आमर डिपार्टमेंट रे काम करथिबा समस्त मोर सहकर्मी एवं शिक्षक वृंद एवं कर्मचारी वृंद, आज आम अत्यंत आनंद अनुभव करछु जे आम किंचित आमर सामर्थ्य अनुसार ए पुरातन सहकर्मी माननकु आम किछि पुरातन छात्र संघ तरफ एवं विभाग तरफ संबर्धित करि परिछु। ये आम पई परम सौभाग्य। आपण मानकर सदैव उपस्थिति प्रकृत रे आमको बहुत आनंद देछि। तेणु मु आपण मान निकट रे प्रकृत रे मोर कृतज्ञता, हार्दिक कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुछि एवं आशा करुछि आउ 5 वर्ष रे जतबेले आम डिपार्टमेंट 60 वर्ष पूर्ण करिवो, कना आमे टिके 50 वर्ष पूर्ति पालन को 5 वर्ष डेरी हे गला, ता भितर कोविड आसी गला। तेणु आउ 5 वर्ष परे जदि आपण माने चाहिबे, जदि थिबो सेटा आम भाग्य रे, ताले डिपार्टमेंट 60 वर्ष पूर्ति मध्य पालन करिवो एवं सेटा आपण मानकर उद्यम रु ही हेबो एवं आमे पुणी थरे हमर कर्मचारी एवं शिक्षक मान जो माने नुआ करी आसीबे से मान को मध्य ए मंच रे संबर्धना ज्ञापन करि परिबा, सेही आशा करी एवं आपण समस्त को पुणी थरे और धन्यवाद ज्ञापन करी कृतज्ञता जणाई मु रहउछि। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I apologize for one small thing. I forgot to mention. Of course, we have felicitated the staff and teachers of the department, but there have been numerous faculty or teachers from other institutions who have come forward and made voluntary teaching, sometime even without any remuneration. So we sincerely acknowledge those teachers, and one of them are sitting here, Professor D.P. Mahapatra. Then Professor Prasant Jena, Professor S.G. Misra, Professor Somen Bhattacharya, then Professor Padhi, and currently I think Professor Hiranmay Misra is teaching. He was working at PRL Ahmedabad and currently associated to NICER, and I think he is teaching at Utkal University. So let's hear a big round of applause for all those teachers who have really, selflessly taught the students and came forward to help the department in many respects. So thank you all. Thank you, madam, for joining this felicitation ceremony. So actually the original plan was to have the alumni meeting right after lunch that we will have, where usually the alumni have a chance to come and share their memory, views, opinions, vision for the department. Maybe we can have that before lunch, because we have still some time. For the first time, we are actually well ahead of time. That's very nice. So we can hear some views and we will continue after lunch. But before that, I think Bedang Bhai, Professor Bedang Das Mohanty, he wanted to gift some books for the department. If he is here, he's ready. So yeah, so let's hear it. I think yeah, more books. That's very important. Our library is a very comprehensive library, and adding more books really helps. So thank you, Bedang Bhai, for giving or donating these books to the department. We all can actually contribute in small ways and make the department rich. Thank you. You want to say some words? Okay, thank you. So now I think with sir's permission, then we can have some time until the lunch is ready. very informal discussions. There is nothing formal. Anybody actually can come forward to the stage and share your memories, your any incident, anything you want to tell us. This has always been a great pleasure listening all. So it would be very nice if you can come forward. Before that, I want to just say one small thing. Little bit which sounds little different, that for organization of this event, as you can see, it has been done on a really nice way and a massive scale, but that also costs a lot of funds, or a lot of money. So we have been managed to generate some funds, but initially the expenditure has been made from this alumni fund, which was initiated by the batch 2001-2003 batch. So let's hear a big round of applause for them. I think many students from that batch are here: Gopal, Kalpa, Jagdish, Pramod, Arun. If I miss anybody, Jagyasini, you are just our one year junior. Yeah, so yes, of course. So we have actually started spending some money from that for the expenses for this event. But of course, that fund is meant to be for the students, for the needy students, for whom we help from time to time. And over last 10 years, I would say, thanks to all of you who have generously contributed, and the alumni fund, we started, I don't know, probably less than 1 lakh, now to about some more than 10 lakhs or so. But we should not just exhaust that money in this celebration. So it should grow, year by year. So right now, I would say there is a little bit of funds crunch. So I would request all of you to come forward and generously donate money to the alumni funds. If you do not have the money today, it's okay. We will arrange now advance receipt book. Kindly, make your commitment, and we will find a way to get the money from you. It's not a problem. So I would really request, yeah, thank you so much. If I hear more claps, then I know more people are going to donate. Yeah, that sounds better. It can be even better. So I would request you to come forward. Whatever amount you want to contribute, anything is appreciable, but we really need some funds. And it will look bad if we exhaust or take money from the alumni fund to make this event. So kindly come forward. So now I would request you and also the people in who are available online in Zoom. Yes, so I would request also all the people who are online, kindly make your video switch on so that we can see you. And when you speak and raise your hands, we will go one by one, sometime offline, sometime online. So when I read your name from online, you can raise your hand and you may kindly speak a few words, whatever you want to say. It would be very nice to hear. So many are still not switched on the camera. Please switch on camera and yeah. So Gagan Bhai, I think first let's begin with you. So you may kindly unmute and say whatever you want to say. Thank you.
Suni parcho ki?
Again.
Okay. So anyway, it's really mane bahut badhiya tumi karcho. So mane kon kahi mane it's really great. Au gote kotha mu kahibi je jo kothata kahile LP Singh sir je LP Singh au vice chancellor madam kahile. So many of us ame je Odisha re nahu, ame jetobale Odisha jauchu, and particularly will be very happy. Mane mo case re mu koche je gotai samay re jaha thila Banibihar ro student mane bahut jautile ba bartan seta what we see, students are really talented, kintu tankar jo exposure ta tike I think with due respect the existing faculty jo mane achandi, they are heavily like overburdened. Man 4 jana teacher re joto 12 jana ru 4 am samare 12 jana thile 94-96 batch, and now is 4 is that is really like so vision jo Naresh sir कहले जे स्वप्न तो देखिबा ठीक अछि किंतु जत पेट खाली सेतबेले प्रथम कथा हला खाइबा माने so that is the situation the university is. So if there is any way we alumni can help, like ମାନେ କଣ କହିବି ମାନେ ଯଦି ମାସେ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ ଯାଇକି ରହିକିରି ଭୁବନେଶ୍ୱରରେ ପଢେଇବାକୁ ପଡିବ ମାନେ something that we are happy to do ମାନେ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ ଚାହୁଁଛୁ ଯେ ସିଷ୍ଟମରେ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଆଲୁମିନି ସାହାଯ୍ୟ କରିପାରିବେ ଆଉ ସେଟା ସିଷ୍ଟମ କିଭଳି ଭାବରେ ଇମ୍ପ୍ରୁଭ କରିପାରିବେ I think this is where I think we should really all think about. Obviously the vision is all good, and if that can turn to some part of that to real action is what I think really appreciate. So sorry, thank you, that's all.
थैंक यू गगन भाई बढ़िया कथा कहले आमे समस्त निश्चित भावे इन्वॉल्व हुआ दरकार डिपार्टमेंट प्रति एवं पर्टिकुलरली भुवनेश्वर भी काफी सारा इंस्टीट्यूट अच्छी आमे भी आगु आसीबो आपण माने भी आसिले ए जो टीचर स्टूडेंट रेशियो हैज गॉन डाउन सिग्निफिकेंटली आ सेथि पय आमे माने निश्चित भावे एफर्ट दबा उचित जदि मु सर का किछ कहया चाहउछन्ते अन्य मान भी कहबे म गोटे छोटिया कथा कहया चाहउछि एटा मो निज व्यू आमे जानिथिले जे प्रमोद जे कि मोर जूनियर सेडी फैकल्टी थिला इट हैज नथिंग टू डू मुजा कहबी कि प्रमोद मते कहिछि कहबाको सो आई जस्ट वांट टू मेक इट एब्सोल्यूट क्लियर सेडी फैकल्टी थिला and then he took only and he moved to GM University दिवर्ष पई तार किछि तापर से फेरिया को चाहिला बट किछि प्रॉब्लम हैला तार पर्सनल प्रॉब्लम जेंति कि तंग बापा चली गले से ठीक समय फेरी पारलानी तापर से रिक्वेस्ट करथिला आसीबा पई डिपार्टमेंट किंतु अनफॉर्चूनेटली somehow the request probably consider kora heini and now he's almost mentally prepared to completely move to GM University jodi ame somehow eta अटकई पारंते ame university administration को परसुएट करि पारंते तां कन्विंस करि पारंते एवं प्रमोद को मे कन्विंस करिया को पड़िबो ताहले हमर इमीडिएटली विदाउट मच एफर्ट सडनली जो चारिटा फैकल्टी बर्तन अछन 5 जण हे जाय परिबो दैट वुड बी अ बिग इंप्रूवमेंट एटा गोटे पर्सनल सजेशन तेनु सो यस सो वर्तमान आउ के कहिबे ऑनलाइन प्लीज रेज हैंड
Okay.
हाँ प्रमोद भाई प्लीज कौन
Thank you Bunu for arranging this one and inviting the online people also to speak. So I was associated with the department from 1998 to 2000. So we call it 2000 batch, the Millennium batch. Okay. And we have seen lots of active participation. Unfortunately, due to some other commitment, I cannot able to go. But some of my friends are there already sitting in there. Around 7 to 8 people have already gone. And out of from all the batch, I could say the 2003 is also very much more very enthusiastic, and 2000, and apart from 2001 and other batches are also there. And I want to say something, and I agree with Gagan Bhai whatever he told, and Professor N.C. Mishra whatever told, and also with reference to Professor Sunil Mukhi whatever he told in his talk in the first day. So we can have vision document, that is okay, but the thing is the main important drawback is the implementation of this one, and that we are lagging always. So that's how to be implemented. So as we are outsider, somewhat or some sense we can help, but the people who are already in the system, so they have to work on that one. So that is a proverb which is called, if you want to change the system, you have to be in the system. So who are in the system, so if they can try, so that will be main, and our help will be the bonus, okay? Because you can see the number of teachers which is reducing from 13 to 14 to 4. It is very, very difficult to manage, and the number of the student strength is increasing. That's why I'm not aware about how much GATE, NET, all that they're qualified, but I hope it may be less comparison to our batch during that time, because due to the lack of teachers, lack of this student-teacher interaction, and it's too much load also. For example, I know the Jagdish, how much load he is taking, okay, for arranging everything and other things, how he's taking the load. So in that sense, so implementation is very, very important. If the VC is already there and who are already in the part of the system. Yeah.
Pramod bhai, hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
तमे जहाँ कहलो लास्ट 3-4 मिनट रे हमें किछि सुनिनु आउ थरे टिके रिपीट करो सॉरी एक्सट्रीमली सॉरी प्लीज
Is it?
हाँ
Now you can hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, you should tell me early.
प्रमोद आमे तुमको सुनी पारलो किंतु सेपटू सुनी पार नथिले सो टिके प्रॉब्लम थिला ऑडियो प्रॉब्लम सो मे बी यू रिपीट लास्ट
Okay. So now you can see the offline audience. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Bunu. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. So just I will tell whatever I have already told 2-3 minutes before. So I want to tell that, okay, so the vision document is okay, and I will also agree with what the Gagan Bhai has told and Professor N.C. Mishra has told. But only thing is the problem is the implementation of that one. So we have to all work hard. As an outsider, we can have help something, but the thing is, some people who are inside the system, they have to more work hard for the implementation. For example, if you want to change the system, you have to be in the system. So that is the thing, who are already in the system, we try to help, because the number of student to teaching, the student and the teacher ratio, student ratio is increasing and the teacher ratio is going down by down. When at that time we have 13 to 14 teachers, now it is very 4. It is very, very hard, okay, to manage all these things. And that's why the too much workload is coming on the current teachers, only 3 to 4. And that has to be increase a lot, and that's why we can help whatever as a alumni and other things who are already in the any other institution or throughout the group, we can hope, but that is as a bonus. But the main implementation we are already in the system. So that's I want to tell. That's much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pramod bhai. Online आउ के अछंती प्रमोद भाई आपण वीडियो ऑन थाओ वीडियो ऑफ करनी के प्लीज
भुवन भाई कहयो
हां भुवन भाई प्लीज आपण अनम्यूट करी के कोंतु
हां सुनी पारछ
आपण आउटे कोंतु
हेलो am I audible
कोंतु
am I audible
yes you are audible
okay thank you all for including us as a online mode participant. The event is very well organized, बहुत भल ऑर्गेनाइज हेची सब सार मान को फेलिसिटेशन करिवा जे वेरी गुड आइडिया हमें समान को पई आज डिफरेंट जगह रे बसिचु डिफरेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अच्छु जहा कहले अन्य मार समस्त एग्री जे हम डिपार्टमेंट रो से समर पोजीशन वर्तमान पोजीशन रे बहुत डिफरेंस आसीची से समर वी हैव सो मेनी फैकल्टीज देयर आर 4 स्पेशल पेपर्स आर देयर नाउ देयर ओनली 1 स्पेशल पेपर सो नाउ द स्टूडेंट्स हाउ like they can utilize the resources available जो अन्य जगह रे भी अछि से माने यूज करि परिबे जेमति रिसर्च फैसिलिटी बढ़ाया पाए now government is planning one nation one subscription so that if journals are being subscribed one place so they can also share like they can read some research articles and other things also like since I am working here as inter university center so the facility whatever are there all the university students can use it always there is open many courses like for MSc we give orientation program other places. So all these things should be accessible to our university children, and so that we will definitely help them to come up and to build up the research infrastructure. Now also for doing theoretical practice, we are having a computing facility here. Now we have got a 3 petaflop computing facility which is only for university students. So all the university resource like students, researchers can use these facilities. So इस विषय actually पिलामान जानिले से मान use भी करी परिबे, faculty भी use करी परिबे. We are always there. Whoever are there to support them and to help them, to mentor them. So this is a good idea. So there should be a like modus operandi which we found out how the alumni can be mentored to the few of the students so that they can motivate, they can, that is a good idea. So that is my suggestion. So this sort of interaction gives an opportunity to students to interact with us and also learn the things. सब सार मान को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. All the organizers are very much well organized event. Thank you all.
Thank you भवन भाई आपण बहुत सुना मिठा कथा कहले ऑनलाइन हम टिक ऑनलाइन नै जिबा तापर ऑफलाइन आसीबा ऑनलाइन आउ के अछंती आउ के कहउ चाहउचंती हां ओके कोंतु सचिंद्र नायक भाई या आपण अनम्यूट कर
ओके तुमको हमें सुनि परनो
Okay, so thank you very much for organizing this meeting within a very short time. Actually, I got the information very late. I was in Odisha, I think a couple of weeks back. I could have managed my trip that way. Anyway, so this nice meeting happened last 2 days. So regarding these issues, what have been discussed, we people have been discussing, this is the number of staff certainly has gone down. I think this is not in hand of alumni or the existing teachers here in the university. Some political or university level, I am sure there must be demands from the department side to increase the strength, but that's a different issue. We cannot do anything, and nobody can do. At least the members of alumni may not be able to do anything on this regard. But what we can do, basically, this sir, LPC sir, or this somebody suggested, we as alumni, we need to visit a university regularly. So there must be some contact person, so that we can, when we go to Odisha or Bhubaneswar, then we can drop in there and meet the students, discuss with students. That may help, and also financial contribution. That's also another thing. The students can get help while traveling to some other institutes, attending meetings or whatever. Now I feel really sad because earlier days when we were interviewing students from Utkal University coming to PRL, some of them were showing interest in some other field, but because of this special paper, only one special paper at the moment, so people are not getting, students are not getting exposed to other departments. Like Puswa Khare was doing astronomy, even though astronomy course was not there, but she was doing Anand Bhai, who is there yesterday. I don't know today he is there or not. So they were doing working on astronomy, astrophysics. At the students were aware of this topic and people were showing interest in that field. That way, because of lack of teachers in the department, and it has gone down. So we are not. I am not facing any student in the interview who is saying interested in doing astronomy or astrophysics as research career. So that is a sad thing because nowadays students are not coming in this time from our university. Earlier they were showing interest, not interest here. So that is the one very real concern for the future of this department. But what we can do is basically what we can do when we visit, we need to go there, the department, and talk to people, try to motivate them, and try to go for research at least that way. So that is what we can do. So I think one person or who to contact so that we can go and talk to people there. Because if you lost contact, then that is also another way of where to go, what to do. That is the one thing. So through alumni that can be done, I think. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody online? Again, Srinivas bhai, kuntu.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Actually, mu 93 or 95 batch ro. Hello.
Again, kuntu.
Mu Rajaramana Center for Advanced Technology ro achi scientist. Hello.
ଆମେ ଶୁଣିପାରୁଛୁ ଶ୍ରୀନିବାସ ଭାଇ ଶୁଣିପାରୁଛୁ
ଆଉ ଗଗନ ମୋର ଜୁନିୟର ବେଦାଙ୍ଗ ମୋର ଜୁନିୟର ସବୁ ଆଉ ଆମ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ରେ ହିଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲା ଏକ୍ସାମିନେସନ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲା ଆଡମିସନ ପାଇଁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ମାର୍କ ବେସିସ୍ ଥିଲା ତାପରେ ଏକ୍ସାମିନେସନ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଲା ଟୁ ଆଡମିଟେଡ in MSc.
ଏଇଟା ଆଡମିସନ ହେଲା ବୋଲି ମୁଁ ବାଣୀବିହାର ଯାଇଥିଲି otherwise I wouldn't have come to here where I am right now. ସେଟା just କହୁଛି 74% ମୋର ଥିଲା right?
ଆମ ବ୍ୟାଚ୍ ରେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲା ସେଟା ତେଣୁ ଆଉ ଆମେ ମୋ ପାଖରେ ଏବେ ଗୋଟେ ବାଣୀବିହାରର ଝିଅଟେ PhD କରୁଛି ମୁଁ HBNA ଥ୍ରୁରେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଅଛି ଏଠି ଆଉ ବାଣୀବିହାର ସେ ଟପର ଥିଲା ସେ ଝିଅ ସୋନାଲି ପ୍ରଧାନ she is doing PhD with me right now. ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଦେଖୁଛି ଯେ ମୁଁ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟରେ ବହୁତ ଜିନିଷ ଶୁଣିବାକୁ ବି ପାଉଛି ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି ତ କମ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଯାହା ଅଛନ୍ତି ନାଇଁ ନାଇଁ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ଅଫ୍ ଅଲ୍ ସବୁ ଯେତେ ସାର୍ ମାନେ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ନମସ୍କାର ମୋର ସବୁଠୁ ଲାଇକିଂ ସାର୍ ହଉଛନ୍ତି କୃତିବାସ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକ ସାର୍ ମୋର କଣ୍ଡେନ୍ସ ମ୍ୟାଟର ଥିଲା ସ୍ପେଶାଲାଇଜେସନ ସିଏ ମୋତେ ବହୁତ ହେଲ୍ପ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ମୁଁ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ଥିଲି ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ସେକ୍ରେଟାରୀ ଆଉ ସାର୍ ମତେ କହିଲେ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ଟାଇମ୍ ସେଥିରେ ଟି ଆଉ ଇଏ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କର ନହେଲେ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟ ସେମିନାରରୁ କେହି ଆସୁନାହାନ୍ତି ତେଣୁ ଆମ ବ୍ୟାଚରେ ହିଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲା ସେମିନାରରେ ଟି ଆଉ ସ୍ନାକ୍ସ ଆଉ ଏବେକାର ମୁଁ ଯାହା ଦେଖୁଛି ଯେ ଷ୍ଟୁଡେଣ୍ଟସ୍ ମାନଙ୍କର ପ୍ରାକ୍ଟିକାଲ ନଲେଜ ବହୁତ କମ whatever in condensed matters we are not dealing with theory we are dealing with all kinds of instruments and all kinds of the practicals सो सेही नॉलेज टा केमिति बढ़ी परियो स्टूडेंट मानकर से विषय रे मुटिके वेरी मच कंसर्न क्योंकि अलगा यूनिवर्सिटी जो मैंने अच्छे अच्छी नॉलेज ऑन द लैबोरेटरी नॉलेज मुझे देखिए पाउछि किंतु आम यूनिवर्सिटी थियोरेटिकल नॉलेज बहुत अच्छा नो डाउट थियोरी माने क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स नॉलेज दे हैव बट कंडेंस मैटर दे आर लैगिंग सेटा केमती इंप्रूव हे परिबो कोन हे परिबो दैट शुड बी टेकन केयर आ जगदीश को मु भलो जानछि मु इन सर्विस पीएचडी करे जाइथिला आईआईसी बेंगलोर से सेठी पीएचडी करथिला जगदीश और दिल्ली मो सहित सैटरडे जीव होटल चलो भाई ना जीवा तेणु से सब मेमोरी गुड़ा मन पड़े महाराण सर थे आम बेले स्वप्ना मैडम नथिले महाराणा सर थे खारे मैडम थे कर्मदेव महाराणा और कर्मदेव महाराणा कहले कि आम ग्रुप रे दी प्रकार स्टूडेंट अच्छा गोटे होचंदी बढ़िया स्टूडेंट्स आ गोटे सब गंड बढ़िया स्टूडेंट तांकर लीडर होची मु मु कहली हो जा खोचंदी सार तो कोन आमे डी दिलदार पार्टी थिलु आ कोन सेही टाइम रे बहुत भल लागिला अपन माने सब अरेंज करछन सेटा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करछन सेति अपन समस्त को धन्यवाद ऑर्गेनाइजर मान को धन्यवाद आउ किछि असुविधा हेले आमे अछु एठी आरआर कैट रे एनीथिंग मु एति कहउ छै जदी एमएससी रो के प्रोजेक्ट करिया को चाहूची 6 months projects or 1 year project they are welcome to RR CAT anytime they can write to me they can come for project
श्रीनिवास भाई आपन को कथा को कोन सर रिपोर्ट करिवे वर्तमान
प्रोफेसर सतपति आपन को सान भाई मध्ये एठी बसचंती
सर किए
दिलीप भाई
हाँ दिलू से आईडी चले रहती
दिलू भाई एटी बसचंदी पछरे
हाँ हेलो
मु अछि एठी
हाँ आशु हाँ ठीक है ताले गुड
ओके थैंक यू श्रीनिवास भाई
थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी थैंक यू ऑल ऑर्गेनाइजर्स नमस्कार सर माने
आपण जॉइन करथांत आपण लॉग आउट करंतुनी आउरी अछि बहुत किछि
ओके ओके
थैंक यू
हमको तो खाइबा को तो दबनी ना बाबू हम
आज्ञा
खाइबा को जेबा पड़ियो घर को तुम तो बोला खाइबा ना
पार्सल कर दे हबो
हां सेटा ऑनलाइन जदी पार्सल करन तो ऑब्वियसली
ऑनलाइन बुनु ऑनलाइन पठे दो
ओके अब के कहिबे की
ठीक है सी धन्यवाद
अच्छा ताहले हां सस्मिता मिश्र आपण कहिबे किछि आगे
सर मते सुनी पछंती
आगे
समस्त को वेरी हैप्पी न्यू ईयर बहुत खुशी लागुची फर्स्ट टू इंट्रोड्यूस मो सस्मिता मिश्र मो असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर फिजिक्स डिपार्टमेंट एनआईटी राउरकेला I have been working since 2014 I was batch of 2003 to 5 2003 to 2005 NSC batch तो एठी जे माने भी सब ऑनलाइन रो छंती मु काहा को पर्सनली जानिनी बट से मान को विषय मु एमएससी पढ़ला बेले बहुत टीचर मान को सुडी छी आ जो माने ऑफलाइन भी अछंती से मान को भी देखिया को पहुची से मान को भी मु पर्सनली जानिनी किंतु हमर टीचर माने से मान को विषय सब बेले मु कहंती so we are equally inspired by our teachers as well as seniors doing so well throughout India and the world समस्त बहुत भलो भलो कथा कहउछंती हमर यूनिवर्सिटी को केते भलो करबा डिपार्टमेंट को केते भलो करबा मोर से बेसी किछि कहयार नै जहा करछंती करंतु आमे वी आर देयर समस्त भलो ही कहउछंती समस्तकर सजेशन भलो ही सजेशन किनु मु गोटे जिंस शेयर करूची जे फैकल्टी नबा डेवलपमेंट करबा इज वन थिंग बट आम निजु को जो अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलछि जो सेक्टर रे काम करिया पई वी शुड डू दैट वेरी वेल मु एथि पई कहउछि तळे मु जॉइन करली एठी एज अ असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर और जो कोर्स अलॉट करला टीचिंग करिया पई मु टिके नर्वस हे गली मु केमति पढेबी कोन करबी लकीली आई वाज कैरिंग ऑल माय एमएससी नोट्स विथ मी थ्रू आउट मु जुआडे भी ओडिसा रो बाहर आसला परे जुआडे भी जाय मु मोर एमएससी नोट्स पाखरे रखिथिली एलपी सिंह सर को नोट कर्मदेव सर को नोट स्वप्ना मैडम को नोट क्यारे मैडम को नोट सब नोट एबे भी मो पाखरे अछि इनफैक्ट एबे भी मो टेबल ऊपर गोटे पढिछि जोटा देखि करी मु आई टेक दैट गाइडेंस एंड आई टीच माय स्टूडेंट्स so our teacher manakar teaching our environment it was really world standard ଆଉ ମୁଁ ବସ୍ ନିଜକୁ ଏଥିପାଇଁ ଏଇ ଆଲୁମିନି ଆସୋସିଏସନ ରେ ଏତିକି ମୁଁ ନିଜକୁ କନଭିନ୍ସ କରିଛି ଆମ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଯୋଉ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ମିଳିଛି we should take it forward ଆମକୁ ଯାହା ମିଳିଛି ଆମେ ସେଟାକୁ ଆଗକୁ ନବା ଆମର ଜୁନିୟର ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆମର ନେକ୍ସଟ ଜେନେରେସନ କୁ we should transfer it very well and efficiently I think that will be our great contribution to the society or the country or the nation or the world whatever it is so thank you very much and wish you again happy new year
thank you so much Susmita so sir गोटे सेकंड एलपी सिंह सर तुम कोन कह
ना मोर को गोटे कथा कहया कथा नोट अछि त गोटे करेक्शन कर दबो
सर अपन को नोट एते भलो बेसी करेक्शन दरकार पड़ोनी
थैंक यू अच्छा हमें पुनी ऑनलाइन फेरिबा हमें ऑफ किछि एडी इन पर्सन जदी की किछि शेयर करिया चाहिबे पर्टिकुलरली जो स्टाफ माने आछंती बहुत दूर आछन जदी से माने किछि कहिया चाहिबे से फेलिसिटेशन समय रे हमें किछि नहीं पारलेनी अपन मन को मतामत आज्ञा सर एठी हमर जो माने कहबे एठी एसी कहबे आज्ञा आज्ञा सर समस्त आसबे एठी हां से माने तो आज्ञा सर यस या समस्त को अनुरोध करछि आपण माने जे कहिबे एठी आसी काइंडली स्टेज ऊपर कहिबे तेनु बेटर होबो सर जा कहले जदी किछि हमर पुराना स्टाफ माने जो माने अछंती जे से माने किछि कहयाउ चाहउचंती आपण आसी कहि परिबे आउ हमर एनीबॉडी नाउ इट इज ओपन खाइबा आई थिंक रेडी हेइनी तेनु हमर कि समय अछि सर आपण को रिक्वेस्ट करछि आपण आसंतु एठी काइंडली प्लीज ये कहबे टिके हाथ टेकिबे सो इट वुड बी इजी हां सब फ्री आई मीन यू कैन टेल एनीथिंग एक्चुअली एनीथिंग एंड एवरीथिंग आगु पळेस किछि नुआ अभी जॉइन करलेनी ऑनलाइन सो दैट्स गुड सेमान को भी मतामत नबा सर
Okay, I'm blinded by the light. So समस्तु सुबुची तो. So टिके entertainment हबा दरकार. से दृष्टि मु कहबी a story of a stupid person. अच्छा मो ना हला कर्मदेव महाराणा. I shall mix up Odia, English, Italian. आ भीतर सब मिसै जीवो काइना आपण सुनिले जे क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग पई सब स्टेट गुडा सुपरपोज करी सब कले जाकि भल हम ना ही पारे क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग मु जो माने न जानी मु पदार्थ विज्ञान विभाग रे वर्ष हिसाब रे प्रत्येक वर्ष को नेले निरवच्छिन्न भाव में 37 वर्ष सेटा सबुठू बड़ लाइफ स्पान क्लास नहीं थिबारु निजको मु भाग्यवान मन करछि किंतु यदि कोऑर्डिनेट ऑफ स्टूडेंट मान को कोऑर्डिनेट नेबे ताले दे were unfortunate to endure these my lectures. Before I forget, Lucy, I am losing my memory. I must pay my homage to Professor Vibhuti Bhushan Deo, who started the first research school in Odisha. He created a research environment in which many of your professors were product of that. And also he brought Professor Pradhan back to Odisha. These people perhaps do not know. As a tapar, then I should remember Mr. Dondasi. The sample of his Odia is Professor Tanahi Khan Buluchanti. Kintu tankara asadharana daitya bodh thila. Tapare next part will say there will be many eyes. these eyes do not, please don't understand this as the imaginary part. It is I means me, not the imaginary part of the top. So let me start with what Professor Patnaik has written in this brochure or whatever you have given, that this is all my point of view. University is to produce, तार एम है यूनिवर्सिटी रो भल मनीष सी तादर बाहर किंतु मो पाई जदि गोटे स्टील प्लांट जड़े गढ़ुची यहाँ मुझे कहे दैट इज मेन टू प्रोड्यूस क्वालिटी स्टील तार बाय प्रोडक्ट जहाँ पर से स्टील प्लांट हुए तेदूर आप इनफर करेंगे मु कौन कहूँ ए दीटा जाक एम ऑफ द यूनिवर्सिटी आउ डिपार्टमेंट से दीटा कंपैटिबल कि नुह ता मध्य आपण माने चिंता करिवे तापरे आई न्यू ऑल अलोंग दैट आई एम ए स्टूपिड पर्सन तार बहुत गुडे प्रूफ अछि प्रथम प्रूफ हला जे आई न्यू इट सिंस माय बर्थ सेकंड हला तारे प्रोफेसर फ्रोलिक आस्तिले जो मैं सुपर कंडक्टिविटी हैमिल्टनियन लिखि छंती जानि छंती प्रोफेसर फ्रोलिक आस्तिले तापर तांकू नै कि एठी प्रशांत सार अच्छा ना नहीं आम दीज कोणार्क पूरी बुले नेलु से बाटर सी आमको बहुत दीर्घ समय धरिकी सी हूँ प्रोफेसर समरफेल्ड आम भाषा समरफेल्ड को सी छात्र बोधे शेष छात्र कि कौन से तांकर सी केमती पढ़ौले कौन करुले सी केमती फिजिक्स आसते सब वर्णना कले सी समरफील्ड को 5-6 नोबेल प्राइज विनर छात्र अच्छा तुम आप सब जानते हाइजेनबर पाउली इत्यादि इत्यादि तेणुक माकड़ मान अनुकरण करण प्रिय तेणुक मुझे अनुकरण कली क्या जहाँ शुणी समरफील्ड को लेक्चर केमी से पढ़ौले से मोर जो माने एडवांस क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स कि ग्रेविटेशनल फिजिक्स क्लास अटेंड कर से मत छात्र भी जन पर कहूला जे आम शुणुचु आपड़ के नोट देखते मुझे नोट क्लास रे एडवांस क्वांटम कि ग्रेविटेशनल फिजिक्स पढ़ेला बेले देखे ना तेणु क्लास गुड़ाक जहाँ हो आपण मैंने कल्पना कर गोटे यूनिवर्सिटी एभालुएशन कोर्स एभालुएशन सिस्टम थाए सेटा मुझे जानिली ये प्रोफेसर शक्तिधर जेना कृपारू से मुझे आम भी आम कोर्स गुड़ा इभालुएट करवा तेणु 1987 मसीह मु कोर्स एभालुएशन स्टार्ट कली से कार्नेगी मेलन रो जो थिला फॉर्मेट ताकू प्रोफेसर जेना ठू आनी मुझे बदला बदली करी कली तापर एभालुएशन of my course by the students consistently indicated that I am a stupid person. I got the lowest. Compulsory compulsory बहुत भल समस्ते कहती आम 5टा स्टार 6टा स्टार सब पाइलु किंतु मोर सब बेले 3 पाखापाखि रहे तापरे people sometimes wondered मु 6 वर्ष रिटायर्ड कला परे यूनिवर्सिटी रू गोटे पैसा न नहीं कि मु पाठ पढ़े उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी पीपल समटाइम्स वंडर नहीं अदर ताली मारी यार किछ नहीं अदर ताली मारे किछ नहीं दिस इज ए व्हाट डू यू से डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन काई कि अनेक लोक पचारती जे ये मूर्खा भी काई गलो काई कि ना दिस स्टुपिडिटी रन्स in my veins, in my blood. 1883 मसीह जिते कटक रे आईन कॉलेज रेवेन्सा कॉलेज रे थिबा आईन विभाग जिते बंद होगा उसला मास्टर न मिले बोली सेते बेले मोर आई को बड़ बापा प्रोफेसर सिंह बसचंती तांकरी गाँ लोक सीए कहले मु लॉ क्लास नेबी किंतु पैसा नेबिनी 7 वर्ष सी लॉ क्लास मागणा नहीं आउ तथापि भी सी एटा देखु आप जो फ्यूचर प्लान विभिन्न सब अच्छी रिलेटेड से 7 वर्ष क्लास को बंचे रखिले किंतु तार 10-15 वर्ष पर पुणी लॉ उठीगला कलिकता को सेठी गोपबंधु पंडित गोपबंधु दास उत्कलमणि एमान सब कलिकता लॉ पढ़ी कटक लॉ कॉलेज से पुणी उठी जाइए कलिकता को तेणुक डिपार्टमेंट भाग्य विषय भी आपण କିଛି ଭାଇ ପାରନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଓଧ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଭୁଆ ବିରାଡି ବାଇ ହେଲା ଭଳିଆ ମୁଁ ମଧ୍ୟ କହିଲି ସିଏ ଯେତେବେଳେ କରିଥିଲା ତାହେଲେ ମୁଁ କାହିଁ ନ କରିବି ଆଉ ସେ ଲୋକଟି ଯେତେ ଦୂର ଅସଫଳ ହେଇଛି ତା ଲମ୍ବଦର ଆଉ ଭଲ କରି ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି ତେଣୁକରି ମୁଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଷ୍ଟୁପିଡ ମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରୁ ଗୋଟିଏ ଆଚ୍ଛା ତାପରେ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ପ୍ରୁଫ ହେଲା ଥାର୍ଡ ପ୍ରୁଫ ଯେ ସେ ପ୍ରୁଫଟା ମୁଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଇଛି ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ମନେ ପଡୁନି ଆଉ ଲେଟେଷ୍ଟ ପ୍ରୁଫ ହେଲା ଯେ ଆପଣ ଯୋଉ ସୁଭେନିୟର ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି ତାକୁ ଓଲଟେଇଲା ବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଲି ଯେ none of those who have written in that mentioned anything about what they learned from me. Okay, so except one exception. गोटे एक्सेप्शन सेटा एक्सपेरिमेंटल फिजिक्स बड़ भाई दुर्गा बाबू एरिका सब अच्छा से गुड़ा एरर बार भीतर से पलैब तेणुक मुझे जानी जे इट कन्फर्म्स दैट आई एम ए स्टूपिड पर्सन तापर गोटे कोटेशन आपण मैंने जानते कि नहीं यहाँ मुझे इटालियन रे कहूँ नॉन हो माई इनकॉन्ट्रैक्टो un uomo così ignorante dal quale non abbia potuto imparare qualcosa तार इंग्राजी अनुवाद मो द्वारा है जे I have never met a man so stupid that I could not learn something from him. अच्छा किंतु कथा ला जे कोटेशन टा आमर छात्र माने जानि चंदी न जानि चंदी मु जानि नै बोधे से माने जानि नथिले तेणु करी I give them the benefit of doubt. So this proves that I am not even a stupid person. Okay. तापरे नेक्स्ट आसिला जे मो आ गोटे प्रूफ हैला एक्सपोजर आप मान को ये कूपमंडूक ये कुआडे कोन कोई कहि जाउची नाही मु पृथ्वीर श्रेष्ठ थियोरेटिकल फिजिसिस्ट ग्रेटेस्ट थियोरेटिकल फिजिसिस्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड ताको संगरे 3 सप्ताह खंडे नियमित खाइबा को जाइछि एवं तांको संगे फिजिक्स मतो किछि किछि आलोचना करछि किंतु जो अछि काच कांचन संसर्गात जो अच्छी आम कौन पढ़ जाते काच कांचन संसर्ग कौन हो जाए सी द्युति ता बाहर मरकत द्युति बाहर से कथा किसी है तेणुक नोबेल प्राइज विनर एम सागर मिसिकी मोर किसी उन्नति है नहीं। अच्छा तापर आउ गोटे कथा कहवाक चाहूँगी जे आप यदि आम पिला रेवेन्सा कॉलेज रो पिला संगे तुलना करेंगे एटा टिके आमको बाधिब किंतु सेटा बाधिले भल कहीं माने मु चेतई दूची जे से पिला मानक आमर छात्र मानकर भविष्यतर उन्नति पाई माने बर्तमान जो ये बसी प्रोफेसर लाइन से छात्र बोली भावी कहूँ जे रेवेन्सा कॉलेज रो जो छात्र माने आम ये उत्कल है से माने जो पोजिशन को जाइछंती विदेश रे वर्ल्ड अथॉरिटी जो विषय कि एपरी ब्रह्मपुर यूनिवर्सिटी भी पिला अच्छी से ही प्रकार आमर कौन पिला दुनिया रे गोटे वर्ल्ड अथॉरिटी गोटे सब्जेक्ट हिसाब रे मु अंततः जानी कि हुए तो थिबे थिले मु जानिबी खुशी हेबी आमर पिला सब यंग अच्छी से माने भविष्य रे ए सब हेबे मु ए आशा करछु मोर विश्वास मध्य अछि किंतु वर्तमान जाय मु जणकु काकू कहि पारनी धरि पारनी तेणु करी सेथिरे मध्य किछि गोटे अछि तापरे आपनकर नेक्स्ट आप जो कोटा जो डॉक्यूमेंट देइछंती कोन आप चाहउछंती हम एक समय 13 जण थिलु फैकल्टी रे प्रोफेसर देव को समय। अच्छा बर्तमान आप तो बढ़े बढ़े करछंती जे 15 जण फैकल्टी रे आप गोटे वर्ल्ड क्लास डिपार्टमेंट करिवे विश यू लक गुड लक एंड गुड गॉड स्पीड किंतु कथा है जे जो प्रोफेसर महांती जो देखले आम 4 जण अच्छा यूनिवर्सिटी केते परसेंट अच्छा फॉर्चुनेटली और अनफॉर्चुनेटली मु ऑक्सफोर्ड किछि समय पे जाइछि एमआईटी मध्य किछि समय जाए देखी बाहर देखी भीतर भी टिके देखी आउ स्वप्ना मैडम सी थे बर्लिन जोटा मदर ऑफ ऑल मॉडर्न यूनिवर्सिटीज से 2 वर्ष थे तेणुक आपने भावुली आम कूपमंडूक बोली से जो से हार्वर्ड थे विजिटिंग ये जाइए तेणुक आम कि कूपमंडूक नुह तांकर এই উৎকଳରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ସାଇକୋଲୋଜି ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟରେ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଠି ଫିଜିକ୍ସରେ ଜଏନ୍ କଲି ସେତେବେଳେ 24 ଜଣ ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି ଥିଲେ। ଆପଣ ଦେଇଛନ୍ତି 15 ଜଣ ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟିରେ ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ କରିବେ। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା ହେଲା ଯେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ମହାନ୍ତି ପ୍ଲିଜ ଡୋଣ୍ଟ ଇଟ୍ ଏଜ୍ ଏ କ୍ରିଟିସିଜମ୍, କିନ୍ତୁ ଆପଣ ଲେଖିଲେ ନେଇ ଯେ ଷ୍ଟାନଫୋର୍ଡରେ କେତେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, MIT ରେ କେତେ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ହାର୍ଭାର୍ଡରେ କେତେ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଲୋକ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ସେମାନେ ଏ 4 ର 25 ଗୁଣ କି 20 ଗୁଣ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସେଠି ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି, ସେମାନେ ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଆମ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟକୁ ଥରେ ଜଣେ ଆସିଥିଲେ ପ୍ରଫେସର, ତାଙ୍କ ସେ ବିଷୟରେ ବର୍ଣ୍ଣନା କଲେ ବହୁତ ସମୟ ଚାଲିଯିବ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଯେ ଆମେ ସେତେବେଳେ 7 ଜଣ ଥିଲୁ, ପ୍ରଫେସର ଜେନା ଥିଲେ ହେଡ୍ ଅଫ୍ ଦି ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ। ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆମେ ଏଇଟାକୁ ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ କରିପାରିବୁ। ତାର ପ୍ରୁଫ ହେଲା ଯେ ଆମ ପିଲା ଷ୍ଟାନଫୋର୍ଡରେ ପୋଷ୍ଟଡକ୍ ଅଛନ୍ତି, ଏଠି ବସିଛନ୍ତି, ନୋବେଲ ପ୍ରାଇଜ ୱିନର ପାଖରେ ଯିଏ ପୋଷ୍ଟଡକ୍ ଥିଲେ। ଆମ ପିଲା ବର୍କଲିରେ 5 ବର୍ଷ ପାଇଛନ୍ତି, ଏଠି ବି ସିଏ ବି ବସିଛନ୍ତି। ଆମ ପିଲା କେମ୍ବ୍ରିଜରେ ଏଠି ବି ବସିଛନ୍ତି, ସେ ପିଲା କେମ୍ବ୍ରିଜରେ ପୋଷ୍ଟଡକ୍ ପାଇଛନ୍ତି। ଯୋଉ ପିଲା କେମ୍ବ୍ରିଜରୁ PhD କଲା ସେ କୋଉଠିକି ପୋଷ୍ଟଡକ୍ ଯାଉଛି, ଆମେ PhD ଦେଇପାରୁନୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ, କାହିଁକିନା 7 ଜଣ ମାଷ୍ଟର। କିନ୍ତୁ ସେ ପିଲା କୋଉଠି ଯାଉଛନ୍ତି, କେମ୍ବ୍ରିଜରେ ଯଦି PhD କଲା ସେ ଷ୍ଟାନଫୋର୍ଡକୁ ଯିବ, କି ଷ୍ଟାନଫୋର୍ଡରେ PhD କଲା ସେ ପ୍ରିନ୍ସଟନ୍ ଯିବ। ଆମ ପିଲା ପ୍ରିନ୍ସଟନରେ ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି ହେଇଛନ୍ତି। ଆଚ୍ଛା, ଏଗୁଡାକ ଆମେ କରିକି ଦେଖେଇଛୁ। ତେଣୁକରି ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଏକଥା କେହି କହୁନାହାନ୍ତି। ଏକଥା ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ସେ କହିଲେ, ଜଣେ ଥିଲେ IAS IFS ରେ ଫାଷ୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲେ, ବଡ ବଡ ଆମ୍ବାସେଡର ମଧ୍ୟ ଥିଲେ। ସେ କହିଲେ ତମର କଣ ଦରକାର? ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆମର ପଇସା ପତ୍ର ବିଶେଷ ଦରକାର ନାହିଁ, ଆମର ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି ଦରକାର। ନା କେତେ? ନା ମୁଁ କହିଲି 40 ରୁ 50। ସିଏ ଦେଖିଲେ ଯେ 7ଟି ମାଷ୍ଟର 3ଟି ମୂଲିଆ 5 ଦିନରେ ଏତିକି କାମ କଲେ, 8ଟି ମୂଲିଆ କେତେ କରିବେ? ତେଣୁକରି 8 ଘଣ୍ଟା ଲେଖା କାମ ଅଛି, ହିସାବ କରିଦେଲେ ଏତିକି କ୍ଲାସ୍ MSc MPhil ମିଶିକି ତାକୁ ହରିଦେଇ ଗୁଣିଦେଲେ, କହିଲେ ତ ଠିକ ଅଛନ୍ତି। ତାଙ୍କ ଭାଇଙ୍କ ଆଡକୁ ଟିକେ ଅନେଇଲେ, ତାଙ୍କ ଭାଇ ଜଣେ ବିଶିଷ୍ଟ ଜିଓ ଫିଜିସିଷ୍ଟ। ସିଏ ସବୁ ହସିଲେ। ସେ କହିଲେ ତମ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ କେତେ? ନା 48। ସାଧାରଣତଃ କାନାଡିଆନ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିଟା ଛୋଟିଆ ଛୋଟିଆ, ତାଙ୍କର 7, 10, 15 ଥାନ୍ତି, ଭାଗ୍ୟକୁ ତାଙ୍କର 48 ଜଣ ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି ଥିଲେ। ତେଣୁ ଏକଥା ଟିକେ ବିଚାର କରନ୍ତୁ ଯେ ଆପଣ 15ଟି ଫ୍ୟାକଲ୍ଟି ନେଇକି କେମିତି ୱାର୍ଲଡ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ କରିବେ। ତା ଛଡା ଗୋଟେ ଏଇଟା ବି ଆପଣ ମାନେ କି ପର୍ସନାଲ ନେବେନି, ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କ ଭିତରେ ଯିଏ ଅଛନ୍ତି କେତେ ଜଣ ଉତ୍କଳ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିରେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ହବାକୁ ଆସିବେ? ଆପଣ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଯଚାଯିବ ପ୍ରଫେସର ପୋଷ୍ଟ, କେତେ ଜଣ ଆସିବେ ସେ କଥା ଟିକେ ଭାବନ୍ତୁ। ଦ୍ୱିତୀୟ କଥା, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଷ୍ଟିମୁଲେଟେଡ ଏନଭାୟରନମେଣ୍ଟ ଏଠି ଉତ୍କଳ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟିର, ଷ୍ଟିମୁଲେଟେଡ ଏନଭାୟରନମେଣ୍ଟ କଣ ହୁଏ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି, ଲେଜର ମେଜର ଯଦି ଜାଣିଛନ୍ତି, ତାହେଲେ ଷ୍ଟିମୁଲେଟେଡ ଏନଭାୟରନମେଣ୍ଟରେ କେତେ ଜଣ ସର୍ଭାଇଭ କରିବେ କି ରହିପାରିବେ, ସିଏ ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କଥା। ବଟ୍ ଏନିୱେ, ଆଉ ମୋର ବିଶେଷ କିଛି କହିବାକୁ ନାହିଁ। I am grateful to all my teachers. ମୋ ଟିଚର ଏଠି ସାମ୍ନାରେ ବସିଛନ୍ତି, ମ୍ୟାଡାମ ତ ଆସିପାରିଲେନି। ଆଉ my colleagues and students and the staff of this, ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଏଠି ଥିଲି ତାଙ୍କର for their kind attitude towards me, ଆଉ particularly the present faculty for honoring me with a faculty council resolution. I should also say that ମୁଁ ଏଠି ଆସିବି କି ନ ଆସିବି ଭାବୁଥିଲି, କିନ୍ତୁ I am overwhelmed by the affection shown to me by my former students, and I am grateful to them for that. I thank them, thank all of them. କିନ୍ତୁ ତା ଦେହରୁ ଅନେକ ପିଲାଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ଚିହ୍ନି ପାରିଲି। ଠାସୁକୁ ମାରିକି କହିଲି ଯେ ଇଏ ଆଇଥିବ ସେ ଆଇଥିବ, ସେ ଗୋଟେ ନନ୍ କନଫର୍ମାଲ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଫର୍ମେସନ ହେଇକି କୋଉମାନଙ୍କର ତାଙ୍କ ଯୋଉ ଆଙ୍ଗଲ ଗୁଡା ଚେଞ୍ଜ ହେଇଯାଇକି ସେ ସବୁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରକାର ବଦଳି ଯାଇଛନ୍ତି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଭାବିଲି ଯେ ବୋଧ ହୁଏ ମୋର ଯୋଉ ଟ୍ରାନ୍ସଫର୍ମେସନ ତା ଦ୍ୱାରା ସିଏ ଇଏ ଭାବୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ କୋଉ ଲୋକ ଭାବିକି ମତେ ଏତେ ଇଏ ଦେଖଉଛନ୍ତି, ରେସ୍ପେକ୍ଟ କି ହ୍ୱାଟ ଏଭର ୟୁ କଲ୍, ସେ ଦେଖଉଛନ୍ତି। But anyway, I don't know, I still, but I have the benefit of the doubt. ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ସେମାନେ ମତେ ଭାବିକି ଚିହ୍ନିକି କରିଛନ୍ତି। So I wish this to reach the pinnacles of excellence. Okay, and everyone, all of who are present in this hall, a very creative life. Thank you so much.
Nice, sir. So thank you. Thank you, sir, for this नाइस स्पीच आमे लॉन्च रेडी हे गलानी आमे जिबा तांको जस्ट लॉन्च पूर्वरु जने अछंदी मिस्टर बसंत कुमार विश्वाल हम स्टाफ थिले से किछि कहिबे आउ तापर आमे जिबा किंतु मु सर आपण कहया पूर्वरु मु खाली हम रसीद बहिटा देखाई दिए आसी गला रसीद बही तेनो आपण माने जेनरसली आसी डोनेट करि परिबे रजिस्ट्रेशन डेस्क रे बा कमिट करिवे आपण संग साथी सीनियर जूनियर समस्त कहतु ऑनलाइन भाई भौणी माने जवान अछंती प्लीज आजिकल तो ऑनलाइन ट्रांजैक्शन सब होची तेनो प्लीज जेनरसली सपोर्ट या थैंक यू
पूज्य शिक्षक शिक्षयित्री वृंद डियर आल्बनी मेंबर्स प्रिय सहकर्मी वृंद एवं छात्र छात्रीगण आज हेउची आम पई एक आनंदर मुहूर्त सुवर्ण जयंती पदार्थ विज्ञान विभाग पालन करुची एथिपाई आमे समस्ते आनंदित उल्लसित मध्य गोटे कथा मोर मन पड़ुची सुवर्ण जयंती पालन करुची पदार्थ विज्ञान वाणी विहार सौर अवतार महकु थाउ ईश्वरंक ठारे कुटे जुआर वाणी विहार मु पदार्थ विज्ञान ले कार्यकारी सहायक भाव में 6-7 वर्ष कार्य करिछि शिक्षक शिक्षयित्री ठारू सहकर्मी मानकर सहयोग पाइछि वाणी विहार तो बहुत वर्ष कटिछि वाणी विहार रे गोटे दिन को भल भाव में निरीक्षण कले ठीक वाणी विहार गेट आगे लेक पाखरे जना पड़े मुझे हालुका हो जाउछि सूर्य उए नीति एठी भल पाइबार प्रतिश्रुति नहीं भल पाउथिबा हृदय सहित आउ एक हृदय को मिसाइबा पाई दिन गड़े धीरे धीरे युवक युवती कोलाहल मेले संध्यारे जन्न आसे केबे केबे लुचि लुचि तारा फूल नभे रात्रि बढ़े धीरे धीरे जाई जुई सेवतीर मह मह सुबास को नहीं निदर माउसी आसे कौल पादरे विद्यार्थी को सुहाइबा पाई ये हूँ वाणी विहार गोटे दिन जीवन चर्चा जो माने पाठ पढ़ुवे छात्र छात्री तांको पई उद्दिष्ट आउ ए कार्य करुवा समय मु बहुत जो माने पढ़ुले छात्र 2003 रु 2010 मध्य बहुत छात्र छात्री मान को देखी फॉर्म फिलअप समय किंबा कौन दूर दूरांत को यात्रा कला बेले इंटरव्यू देवाई से फाइनेंशियल प्रॉब्लम आर्थिक असुविधार सम्मुखीन होती शिक्षक माने से आलुमिनी फंड रु से समस्त अभाव असुविधा को पूरण करी थांती केतक शिक्षक शिक्षयित्री भी निज पॉकेट रु मध्य पिला मानकु देई थांती समस्ते विश्वविद्यालय ठारू पाइचु आदर स्मृति तार केबे नुहे भूलिबार ममता डोरी रे कला आपणार सभी करिबा तार जयकार शेष नववर्ष चली आसी समस्त मन रे आनंद उल्लास तेणु ये नववर्षर प्रतिटी प्रभात आपण समस्त मान जीवन रे आनी देउ नूतन सूर्योदय प्रतिटी गोधूली बिंची देउ इंद्रधनुर सप्तरंग वर्णाली आउ प्रतिटी संध्या वृष्टि करू आपण समस्त मानकर चला पथरे मुठा मुठा रजनीगंधा श्री जगन्नाथ आपणकर पथ सुगम करंतु आपण सुस्थ निरोग निरामय एवं शांतिपूर्ण जीवन यापन करंतु एति कही मु रहउछि
धन्यवाद बहुत सुंदर कथा कहले आमे लॉन्च जीवा पूर्वरु प्रतीक बेली प्लेट हमर से नुआ वेस पाइछि तार ओरिएंटेशन अछि लॉन्च परे से रही परिबनी तने से कोन क्विकली कहबो तापर आमे लॉन्च पई जीवा एवं आसी के आमे कंटिन्यू करबा प्रतीक
धन्यवाद सर फास्ट कथा मु कहिबी हमर प्रथम एलुमिनी फंक्शन रु द्वितीय एलुमिनी फंक्शन जाए मु कंफ्यूज थिली वेदांग दास महांती और शुभंकर वेदांत सेकेंड ईयर मु क्लियर हेली तेणु धन्यवाद सर मते सुजोग देथिबारु मो सामना रे थिबा समस्त गुरुजन समस्त को मोर प्रणाम ऑनलाइन रे थिबा समस्त को मोर प्रणाम मु टिके खाली गोटे 2 मिनिट कहि कि जिबी हमरो जते बेले एमएससी रे एडमिशन हला प्रथम दिन मु भाबली प्रथम दिन पाठ पढ़ा हबनी गोटे खाली पॉकेट रे पेन नै कि पळेइची प्रथम क्लास होची प्रमोद सर कर सर पसिले सर कहले लेट्स इंट्रोड्यूस योरसेल्फ समस्ते जणे 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 कहि गले 32 जण सरी गला सर कहले एबे पढिबा क्लासिकल मेकानिक्स मु कहली किछि तो नाही कोन करिवा क्लासिकल मेकानिक्स सांग ठुगुटे पेपर मागी कि लेखिली आ गोटे कथा आम पसिला बेले स्वप्ना मैडम हमरो एचओडी थिले हमरो 2 वर्ष कैरियर भितरे सिंगल गोटे भी क्लास मिस हेइनी परीक्षार यथेष्ट पूर्वरु सरी जाए जोटा कि हम ग्रेजुएशन रे नथिला आउ कर्मदेव सार को कथा कोन कहबी सार को अंडर रे मु प्रोजेक्ट करथली ग्रेविटेशनल लेंसिंग मु प्रोजेक्ट लेखि सार को देई थाए नेट परीक्षा थाए सार कहले प्रत्येक एटा एमती लेखा जीवनी मु कहले सार मोर नेट परीक्षा अछि सार कहले हो तमे जाओ मु लेखि देबी तो आज जा भी पिला मते कहंती जे प्रत्येक तू कर्मदेव सार को अंडर रे प्रोजेक्ट करथिलु कि कर्मदेव सार तो अंडर रे प्रोजेक्ट करथिले तो ग्रुप रे हमर ए कथा भी हुए आउ कथा होची हमर जगदीश सार सार होचंती सब बेले पूरा मेंटेन्ड स्टाइलिश सार थिले पाल सार क्लास रे गोटे बाहर गोटे क्लास भितरे पूरा फ्रेंडली आउ सार सब बेले डस्टलेस चॉक नै कि आसीबे तांको डस्ट जमा पसंद नुहे किंतु सार जेतेबेले एचओडी चेंबर को पसी जिवे सार गोटे नुआ लोक क्लास रे पूरा फ्रेंडली एचओडी हे गले सार टिके रिजर्व हो जांती आउ भगवान सार माने सार को ठु क्यूट सार मु आज जाय देखिनी परीक्षा रे मार्क हो कि किछि भी सार एठी मु आउ 2 मार्क पाई थांती हो मार्क नबो नियो पहिला तापरे पंडा सार हमरो जतेबेले पढैला हमें क्वांटम मैकेनिक्स सब एमती पढिथिले फास्ट जतेबेले आसिले ब्रैकेट सार कहबे दिस इज योर कैट दिस इज योर ब्रा हमें हठात हसिबा हमें ए जो तीर चिन्ह हमें केबे ग्रेजुएशन रे पढिने तेणु ए भलिया कथा आउ रहिला रश्मि नानी पछरे बसचंती स्टार्टिंग रु रश्मि नानी तांकर जो स्वीट बिहेवियर से आज जाय भी रश्मि नानी कर मेंटेन अछि तापरे सार एलपी सिंह सार डीपी महापात्र सार सार जानी नथिबे आमे किंतु समस्त को जानिचे आउ बारिक सार तो माने आमे प्लस 2 रे पढु थाउ बीडीएस बही कल्याणी पब्लिकेशन रे आमे कल्याणी जाने बीडीएस बारिक दास शर्मा आउ जते बेले मु आसिली जानिली जे बारिक सार अछंती तो आउ हमर आलुमिनी जो देखिली एते सुंदर सबु जगह रे अछंती बहुत सतरे बहुत गर्व लागिला आउ एटा भी गर्वर विषय मु एथरो जो पाइची भी फिजिक्स मोर ऑप्शनल नै कि बहुत कष्ट होईची किंतु जेहेतु एमएससी रे मु भलो से पढी थिली तेनु बहुत भल लागिला आउ बेसी किछि कहिबिनी लंच टाइम हेलानी समस्त मते सुजोग देई थिबारु ऑनलाइन रे सुनि थिबारु सब सार मानन को मोर प्रणाम जणाई रखुची नमस्कार
थैंक यू प्रतीक तम कंफ्यूजन जो शुभंकर वेदांग दास महंती से विषय में आलोचना करिचे पुराना अलुमनी मीटिंग रे मु रिक्वेस्ट करथिली वेदांग भाई कि तांको ना चेंज करिया पई किंतु से करले नाही आ से बहुत हैरान करछंदी सबले गाली करछंदी जस्ट मीटिंग पूर्वरु मते गाली करले तेनु से सबले एमति करछंदी हैरान तेनु जा भी हो तांको स्नेह अछि आ आमे बढ़िबा लंच पई समस्ते लंच पर हमें कंटिन्यू करबा पुनी तापरे हमरो जनरल बॉडी मीटिंग हबो इलेक्शन ऑफ न्यू ऑफिस बियरर्स हबो प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी सब हबो आउ मु अनुरोध करबी मे बी एथरो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी ता चेंज हबो टाइम ता होची 2:30 रे हमें भेटिबा काइंडली ना ना 2:30 घंटे 2 हां 2:30 सर सर आगे
कर्मदेव सार जो गोटे लंबा वक्तृता देले नी तेणु आउ गोटे पॉइंट भी प्रतीक बाबू कहले जोटा कर्मदेव सार कहि नथले
आउ आपण मन को कहि रखे कि हमर गोटे विजन अछि अलुमनी हॉल करिया पई से विषय आलोचना करिवा हमें लंच परे किंतु एबे लंच पई जिबा 2:30 रे प्लीज कम हियर ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट्स आई रिक्वेस्ट यू कि आपण माने 2:30 रे काइंडली जॉइन करिवे आउरी किछि सीरियस आलोचना अछि थैंक यू Jagdish. Fine. Kalpa, Jagdish के रखो. Jagdish, Jagdish. Okay, so good afternoon again. So we will begin our proceedings of the annual general body meeting. So for this, I would request the president, vice president, secretary, joint secretary to come to the dais. So Professor LP Singh, Professor DP Mahapatra, Professor Praful Panda, and Dr. Jagdish Kumar. So please come on the stage. And then we will hear a few, I will continue to hear for some time from some alumni, and then we will have the election of the office bearer. And I think then we can more or less conclude, unless there is something to discuss. सर इलेक्शन टा लास्ट को हबो हाँ हाँ सर कंटिन्यू सो आपण माने आसंतु and I request if anybody wants to say something. I think Gopal was telling to कहिबु ना कोन कहिबु ना please come दुर्गा सर आपण आसंतु आस गोपाल स्टार्ट करबा हम सारीबा हाँ सर अपन बसंतु दुर्गा सर आसुन पिला एमएस बिलाडी आसिया दरकार नहीं कि हाँ
what I want to tell you.
Yeah, of course for them yes exactly पिला नु देखो सीरियस ए भगवान भगवान एपटे तुम पिला कोडे गले एमएससी पिला ने तुम सांग गले कोडे न डाक पिला तांकर होटल सीरियसनेस स्पिरिट बाबा मु तो माइक्रोफोन
Okay, I think we can start. There's no need for me to actually say something on this occasion, but still I think I want to share something which I think would probably benefit the students, and I would like to see students more, because other than that, usual things that I used to say is most of us know this. Let me introduce. My name is Gopal Pradhan, and I was a student here in this department doing my MSc from 2001 to 2003. And I would like to share certain experiences, and that would highlight actually how it has actually enriched our experience as students, and which have effectively and eventually helped us to grow in our personal as well as professional path or career. Somehow or the other, the batch that I belong to, most of us are actually probably middle class or lower middle class. I belong to a lower middle class. And when we came here, we never knew that there is such a department which is actually concerned about their students. usually in Bani Vihar, there was this problem that the 6th year students takes little time to leave the hostel. And some students who have some senior connection, they used to stay with them. And I was fortunate to, I knew some of our seniors, we are staying with them. And there are few students who had no one. They didn't know anyone. And the department was actually open for them. So the 3rd floor, if you ground floor, if you count from there, ground first, second, 3rd floor, there was a big room, and many of, I think at least 4 or 5 of my friends were there. They were staying there till they got the hostel. So the point I'm trying to make you that was the concern that the department or the faculty members showed. Of course, the department could always think a lot of things. This is a department, why should I open it for the students? This is not a hostel, etc. But if the department is willing to help, I don't think any person would tell or question someone, well, why did you let the students stay, etc. So that's something I thought I would share. That is something that has benefited my batch particularly. And actually, those of you who are staying in those 3rd floor rooms of the department, they have done extremely well in their careers. That is one experience. Another experience, that time some people used to not stay in the hostel. And since a hostel is allotted in their name, so there will be a lot of people who are interested to get a room so that they prepare for competitive examination, etc. And it's an arrangement where they give you some money for your admission, and then the person stays there. So this is something very interesting. This is something I want to highlight. I remember very well that there was some school, ACRB school, which Swapna madam was arranging, and it was in Panthanivas. I vividly remember we went there early in the morning. There was nice sandwich served there. We ate. While coming back, it was an ambassador car. Madam, and there was a friend of mine, Vibhuti, was there. Madam asked, I heard in Samaj newspaper, I read it, that in Bani Vihar students are selling rooms. Is it true? Then actually I was complicit in one such thing. One of my friend, I don't want to remember, tell his name. He was not staying, and he let one of my friend to stay there. Well, he was a genuine, sincere person who wanted to prepare, and he wanted a place, and there was this available. I just made this connection without any agenda or anything. So then madam was asking this question, and I don't know. So I don't know. Is it happening? Then she, before I say something, she said, I don't think our students will be doing this. And when I am sitting in the same car, I don't know what to say. I said, no, madam, I don't think. So I thought the matter would end here and nobody will know this state of affairs. Eventually the truth comes out. And eventually that became a big thing. And I remember there was a big discussion in the head of the department, which I could overhear. And I could see that the matter is getting complex. And I remember that day that I was getting down on the stairs. Probably I was getting down or madam was getting up. And then she just looked at me and said, Gopal, tome bhi room dalal le rohilo. And that time it was so embarrassing, and for few days, I could not even look at her. I mean, there was something, for me, what actually looked natural at that time. I have a friend who is genuinely interested to prepare, a friend who is not staying. He is genuinely interested not to use and give it to someone. I just kind of acted as some kind of, I don't know what. It looked very natural to me. I thought I am helping. Then this point came where actually I realized that it was not the right thing to do. Why I'm telling this is some kind of lessons over the period we have learned, and which has actually helped us in our personal and kind of professional career. Actually, what is right and what is wrong. And particularly the department was very interested in maintaining the image that the students from their department should not be indulged in this kind of activities. So they are concerned. that was one of the major reason for them much more worried. So anyway, that's a past story, but I wanted to ventilate this because I never told this to madam anytime. But this was an experience which was equally embarrassing and dreadful for a few days, because just now in the it was near Bani Vihar, that time the flyover. I don't know, no, madam, I don't think anyone of us should be doing this. And then in a day, the story completely changes. I lost my face. And I think for some months together, she had that impression that I am a dalal. so I think it continued, but eventually, anyway, I think probably it would have changed, or I don't know, but I thought I'll ventilate this. So that is something. And while being a student of this department, there are very nice things that was happening, and I thought I would highlight. For example, we were applying for different, summer program projects. That time projects were not compulsory. If you want, you can go. I'm telling because there was this synergy and this harmonious relationship. So usually the teacher should tell you, okay, you should apply to this organization, so that if one person gets two, so he has to eventually, give up one of them. And that doesn't work in the benefit of our student, because somebody else will get it. So what used to happen, that it is distributed, okay, I'll apply somewhere, you will apply somewhere, they will apply somewhere. And more or less people used to get somewhere or the other. So that was the kind of harmonious living and relationship. We used to have this physical graffiti program. We were doing outreach program which Professor Singh was conducting. So through that, I remember Arun and me walking. That time Jagamara was the only route was accessible through cycles. So we used to go to Srujanika, because as a token of gift, we thought, at least Professor Singh thought, later we realized that was important. We used to buy this Srujanika, Professor Nikhil Patnaik, if I remember, yes. We used to go to his home, get these books for as a prize, and we used to conduct quizzes, etc. So all these things, and of course there was this seminar. During my time, I wrote this in the group. Professor Gerald Tupt actually visited this department, and I was a seminar secretary, but this was a place where the secretary was actually valued so much. The department told that I should actually felicitate the Nobel laureate. So I remember, unfortunately, I don't have a picture. I remember giving the Uttariya to Professor Tupt. That was one of the best moments for me. But the reason I am telling, the department actually paid so much of importance to a seminar secretary. They thought that I am the right person to do this. So that is something that is nice about this department. And this has this glorious tradition. Many people have told our global presence. People have, mentioned their experiences. I don't want to tell this. So I thought all of you who are actually currently the student, our experiences are very rich. I thought all of you would have a lot of rich experiences, and you will be equally enriched and you are prepared for your future career, taking along this thing. And I would always request, because to involve some kind of attachment with your department when you leave. This is something we want all of you to get involved and help this department in whatever way you can. And before I end, I just want to quickly tell one more story. A lot of people were being helped by a lot of our faculty members. I have told this earlier. And I remember for my hostel readmission, I used to, Karmadev sir helped me, and when I did my PhD in JNCSR, he again helped me to get me admitted there in terms of the financial things. So those are the things. Then a lot of other friends got helped by many other faculty members. So that was the culture, and it is not like that. You asked for it. People are more than willing to help you. They could read. I remember once I went to ask him, basically I wanted money for my admission. I just didn't know how to start. So I was just, wondering, should I go? Should I tell I need money, etc. I don't know what to tell, how to start. And then when he said, what happened? Somehow it came to me, I need money. That is how it happened. So it is very emotional for me. But I think it was a great tradition for the department, and I would never forget that. And so with these words, I would a lot of things to tell, but I have an instruction to wrap up kindly. So as Joint Secretary has told. So I think I'll wrap it up. And this is, I think, a moment when we are celebrating one way of expressing our gratitude and indebtedness to the department. And this is something I cherish for my entire whole life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gopal. मोर भी गोपाल सते गोटे छोट स्टोरी अच्छी मुझे जर्मन ने पीएचडी करथली मु आस्थिली आईआईसी गोटे कॉन्फ्रेंस रे से समय जेन्स रे से माने पीएचडी करथले देवकांत बहुत से बैच रे तो बहुत पिला बेंगलोर रे थिले गोपाल सते थरे देखा आइतला जस्ट 5-10 मिनिट पई तापर एतले मु पोस्टडॉक करथली प्रिंसटन ने सेते बेले ऑर्कुट बेसी यूज होतला फेसबुक नुए से ऑर्कुट रे मेसेज कला कि भाई मु आछि प्रिंसटन रे इंटरव्यू दवा पई एति आउ से डिटेल्स देनी तापर मु लिखिली कोठी जाउछु से कहला मु एई होटल रे रहिबी सेते तो फोन तापर भी नथिला मु इंटरनेट टू सर्च करी मैं सकाळे कहितली मो स्टोरी जा मो जूनियर मते केमती गोटे एते स्नेह देइतला एबे रिसेंटली आईटी जोधपुर रे मु राति रे खोजी इंटरनेट रु ता होटल जाई ताको आनी हम घरे से डिनर कला तापरे सो दिस वाज द बॉन्डिंग यू नो एंड रुद्र पालित भाई अछंती मु बेदा हेंटर सुनितली तांको विषय गगन भाई विषय रे 2010 पर जेतेबेले मु नाइसर जॉइन कली 11 जाइतली टीएफआर टॉक दवा पई सप्ताह खन थिली हेटी तापरे मु हेटु पालित भाई को खोजी की तांको ऑफिस जाइतली पालित भाई आपण वीडियो ऑन करि परिबे की करंतु जदी सुनजंदी सो मु जस्ट नॉक कली पालित भाई तो इट इज सीरियस कहला या कैन आई हेल्प यू मु कहली मो ना शुभंकर वेदांत मु आछि बाणी इमीडिएटली सुनिला परे प्राय पाखापाखि 2 घंटा तांको ऑफिस रे आलोचना प्रथम थर तांसो देखा आइतला तेनो पालित भाई अछन नमस्कार so this was the I mean this is the bonding some I don't know ए जेंती सब जिहाद करंदिनी समान जेंता मुंडर सब खराब जिंस पुरउछंदी मु जानी सडनली ए डिपार्टमेंट आसला परे सार माने गोटे भलो जिहाद कर दियंती बोते हम माइंड सहित somehow we get very interested to physics and this affection and this bonding develops so I'm telling particularly to the current students आपण मानकर भी सही भलिया स्नेह श्रद्धा रहया दरकार निज भितरे अच्छा हमें आगु बढ़िया पूर्व दीटा छोट कथा आम तो बहुत कथा आलोचना कले विजन आज्ञा ये पालित भाई प्लीज कहतु अनम्यूट करके
नहीं तमे कहि सर तमे कहि सर पर कहि
आज्ञा ओके थैंक यू दीटा छोट कथा क्विकली मु तो ऑलरेडी कहि सारलिनी जे हमर जो फंड्स गोटे इश्यू छोट इश्यू कह बारंबार खराब लगुच किंतु इट्स अ प्रैक्टिकल इश्यू तेणु से विषय चिंता करेंगे आपन मान बैचमेट फ्रेंड्स जूनियर सीनियर गोटे कम्युनिकेट करेंगे दे कैन सेंड फंड्स दैट इज वन नंबर 2 इज किछि वर्ष हला हमें सुनी आछे कि हमें गोटे एलुमनी हॉल करिया को चाहूछु डिपार्टमेंट रे आउ तापे माने आर्किटेक्ट डाकी कि हमें ऑलमोस्ट डिजाइन इज प्रोजन किंतु आमे आगु बढ़ी पार नथिलु एलपी सिंह सर बारिक सर गोटे स्वप्न थिला अन्य मानकर भी जे हम माने चिट्ठी लेखिबा एलुमनी मान को फंड रेजिंग तापे गोटे स्पेशल फंड रेजिंग करिया पड़ो बिकॉज़ इट्स अ मैसिव स्केल किंतु आमे करि पार नथिलु काहे कि ना हम पारे अप्रूवल नथि किंतु रिसेंटली प्रोफेसर एलपी सिंह कहिले जे वाइस चांसलर हैज अप्रूव्ड तेणु आम माने एबे से डायरेक्शन भी प्रोसीड करि परिबा बट दैट नीड्स सम टाइम मनी एफर्ट्स एवरीथिंग तेणु सेतिरे समस्त सहयोग न कले हबनी को रिक्वेस्ट करी कि आपण माने फुल्ली कोऑपरेट करंतु नॉट ओनली विथ मनी बट आल्सो विथ सम टाइम जेटा हे गले हमर गोटे छोट एई भलिया गोटे मिनी ऑडिटोरियम हे परिबो फिजिक्स डिपार्टमेंट रे जोठी कि ऑलमोस्ट 100 to 120 हमें अकोमोडेट करि परिबा सेठी भी रेगुलर सेमिनार्स अदर एक्टिविटीज कैन बी हेल्ड आउ यस पालित भाई मु एक्चुअली दीटा कथा कहै छथि पालित भाई आपण अनम्यूट करी कहंतु
नहीं तो अन्य माने कोन पर कहू
आपण कहू नांती आपण वीडियो ऑन करंतु again
so yeah okay so can you hear me now
yes
yeah so actually I'd like to thank all my teachers and the friends and all the alumni members so I finished my MSc in 1995 so it's almost 27 years now so I had lot of friends and what we really got from the department is a professional training and also a lot of so basically the teachers were great and they are really very caring mentors And during these 2 years, we got lot of support, lot of guidance, and which helped all of us to choose a career which we like to pursue. And I really thank all the teachers for this and all the staff members who really helped us in many ways. Yeah. Yes. Muiki.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, Palit bhai. ଆପଣ ମାନେ ତ ଆଉ କିଏ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ହାତ ଟେକନ୍ତୁ. Yes, please ଆସନ୍ତୁ. ଆଉ ବି ଯଦି କିଏ କହିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛନ୍ତି ତାହେଲେ ହାତ ଟେକନ୍ତୁ so that ଆଚ୍ଛା ଏଠିକି ପଳେଇ ଆସ. ଆସନ୍ତୁ ସାର୍ ଏପଟେ ଏପଟେ.
Good afternoon. Let me introduce myself first. I am Prahlad Chandra Naik, and I think I am the senior most student of the department present here because I belong to the second batch. I belong to the second batch. I joined the MSc course here in the 1968 and passed MSc in 1970. At my time, department was in the formative stage. In fact, I was a student of Ravenshaw College, and that year, one of the distinguished teachers of Ravenshaw College, Professor Kulamani Samar, he came and joined the Department of Physics here. And so, out of 16 students of Ravenshaw College, 8 of us came and joined the Physics department here. So I remember all their names. But anyway, today, in fact, I am present here in the morning. One of my classmates, Raja Lakshmi, came here. Yesterday, I informed her and she came here, we met and she went back before the lunch. So I am very glad to be among you. I have heard here many of my younger brothers, they have ventilated their views and their experiences about the physics department and Bani Vihar campus. But in those formative days, the Bani Vihar campus was extremely beautiful. With Krishna Chuda, Chariade Krishna Chuda Hasutila. Professor Sadasiva Mishra, Vice Chancellor, he was the Vice Chancellor. So Professor Mishra, he was pivotal in the opening of the science faculties in the in Bani Vihar campus. And there was another interesting and noteworthy characteristic and feature and interest of Professor Sadasiva Mishra, that he loved opera, jatra. 2 ବର୍ଷ ବାଣୀ ବିହାର ପଢିବା ଭିତରେ ମୁଁ ଦେଖିଛି ପ୍ରତି ବର୍ଷ ଯାତ୍ରା ହଉଥିଲା ପାଣି ଟାଙ୍କି ପାଖରେ ଭାଇସ୍ ଚାନ୍ସେଲର ନିଜେ ପେଣ୍ଡାଲ ପାଖରେ 2 ରାତି ଯାକ 3 ରାତି ବସୁଥିଲେ ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଯୋଉ ଭଳିଆ ଆମ ପିଲାମାନେ ସବୁ ଥିଲେ ସେମାନେ ବି ବସି ମଜଗୁଲ ହଉଥିଲେ ଆଉ there was no campus disturbance in those times. And about the my friend was speaking about his experience of the hostels, but in our time, the hostels were brand new. Chak Nuwa Haitla Kota, a first hostel, and every student having got a first class was enjoying a single room. Je first class by caste, samaste single room thela. Our 6th year ko samaste single room diya hotala. So that was the situation, and extremely. And our time in 68 batch, that year, Professor Barry, he left for USA. And our teachers were Sarda Prasanna Mohanty, Narayan Chandra Das, and Professor Kulomani Samal, and Professor Prasanta Kumar Mishra. They were the teachers teaching us. And Professor Dev joined the next year in our 6th year batch. And another interesting and very memorable incident of that time was the appearance of Comet Bennett. 1970 मसीह सार माने प्रतिभास सार सार तो बाहर थिले के सीनियर सार मन थी बाणीबिहार कैंपस से फास्ट हॉस्टल रे मु रहउथिली सेपट रूम को 1970 मसीहा मार्च मासरे बेनेट कमेट बेनेट धूमकेतु बेनेट देखा देइथिला एवं तार माने पूर्व आकाश रु पांतिया ता लांजोटा मझी आकाश जाय लंबी जाउथिला आ से समय ओडिशार पूरपल्ली सबुआडे नाना प्रकार गुजब रटिला या जे आकाश को कहीं चाहिए आकाश रे छाया पथ उपरे शब चली ताकू बाहक मान नौचंती पछरे जने सद्य विधवा अलुड़ायित कुंतला नारी गोबर पानी पके पके चलती संध्या बेल ताटी कबाट बंद कर दियो चारिआडे डाकिनी बोलुची भैरव डाकुची जदि उठिब ता डाकिनी सीधा चाटिदेव केवल हाड़ पड़ रहा सत कथा गुजब चलता मु समय तेणु ओडिशा सारा समस्ते से ही कले आपण शुणु विपरीतता घटिला पाश्चात्य से देश से कमेट सांगे बाई हेले ता फोटो नेले खोजी चलिए ता द्वारा अनुप्राणित हेले एवं दी जन कमेट खोजाली बाहर धूमकेतु खोजाली डेविड लेवी आउ विलियम ब्रैडफील्ड दी जन अमेरिका जड़े 21टा नुआ कमेट डिस्कवर कला आउ जन 12टा 13टा आप जानी रखु जे मुझे कहूँ कहीं बिकॉज आई वाज लिटिल बिट एसोसिएटेड विथ द प्लानेटोरियम जे नुआ कमेटा डिस्कवर करिवो कमेटा तारी ना हम तेणु जिते कमेट जे डिस्कवर करछि समस्त से ना भी नहीं कि भाई दुखर विषय कौन सी भारतीय ना पर्यंत कौन सी गोटे कमेट हो पारा ना कहीं ना आमे से गेंडा सामुका होकर घरे पशि कबाट देदेलु आ से दरजा खोल देकर खोजी चलिए चारिआडे तेणु ये कहवा कथा आप पे भी जानतु एवं आम समाज जानू जे अंत आम समस्त चक्षु खोली जाऊ और बाणी विहार आमको ये शिक्षा दबू ये कही मैं आप विदाय नौ थैंक यू सो मच
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I think आमे maximum 10 minutes जदि किए किसी कहया चाहूँचंदी आमे सुनिबा तापरे हमरो ऑफिस बियरर इलेक्शन हो ऑनलाइन के किसी कहया चाहिबे कि आओ नुआ जॉइन करचंदी प्लीज रेज हैंड आगे आगे बेदांगे कौन कहबे
Maybe Suvankar knows, maybe doesn't know. So I was at Berkeley, and on 12th May 2007, I got an email. Dear Bedang Bhai, probably you have forgotten me. I did a summer project at IOP when you were doing your PhD at IOP. After finishing my master's, I came to Duisburg University, Germany, to pursue my PhD. I think it has been a long time we communicated. Recently, I talked to Deepak Bhai and I came to know about your present job at LBNL. Maybe I can start with some updates about my life. Then he goes on, I'm not going to read everything. But what I want to say, he shared a paper which he published in PRL, and he also shared his thesis with me. His area is not in my field. And my reply to him was, I remember you. I am thrilled to see your success. Keep it up. I see the hard work you have put in. My best wishes to you for future. I asked if his son is going to be German or Indian because he was born abroad. I will read your PRL paper and I will look at your thesis. So that is, I still consider Shubhankar as my younger brother. I do take some
lateral leeway to tell things to him. That is how is the relation between juniors and seniors in this department. Thank you.
Thank you, Bedang bhai. Thank you so much. Actually, ସେତେବେଳେ ମୋତେ ବର୍କଲେରେ UC ବର୍କଲେରେ postdoc ମିଳିଥିଲା ଆଉ ବେଦାଙ୍ଗ ଭାଇ ସେଇଠି ଥିଲେ ମୁଁ ବେଦାଙ୍ଗ connect କରିଥିଲି ବେଦାଙ୍ଗ ଭାଇ gave me lot of suggestions and it is always a pleasure to have him around. Thank you ବେଦାଙ୍ଗ really it's a beautiful memory. So ଆଉ କିଏ କିଛି କହିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବେ ହଁ ଆପଣ ଆସିବେ କୁହନ୍ତୁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆସନ୍ତୁ ସରି ମୁଁ ମିସ୍ କରିଯାଇଥିଲି
Good afternoon to all. Myself, Vishwajit Pradhan from 2014 to 16 batch. I will put my speech in short. All tell about the department glory and it had produced students at high levels, high professions. But what I will speak about my feelings and what I have gone through this department and what I have taken from it. No doubt that we have got good education, good teaching, and as well as good academic experience. But beyond that, what I feel, we have taken from these good, excellent teachers, the concept of ethics and morality. Because education is just a weapon to be good in your life, to get money, or anything that will smoothen your life. But to get a good recognition, to be frank with society, to get the problems of the peoples, you have to go deep into their heart and connect their problems. What we have learned, our teachers are so helpful that they are always eager and always inject us the idea that you should always share problems. And they are very happy to know our problems and they also admire us for our achievements. As a lecturer, I'm working as a lecturer. I also use that concept because it comes naturally. As we have grown here, we are eager to know the problems of students besides strategy. Besides there are any problems, we can help us. And another thing, the financial help we get from the department, from the funds, that also injected us the concept that any students having problems financially or anything, instantaneously that comes to our mind that how should we help them? Because we have got from this department. The teachers are so dynamic that anytime we get loose in our jobs, because as human, everyone has some limits. We remember our teachers like Swapna Madam, Barik Sir, all that, how dedicated they were. So if you lack anything in our teaching, in our profession, we always remember them that are we doing justice to them or to the department. So that keeps us alive in our profession. The memories, the hard work, the efforts that they put with us, we'll always hold them in our mind and we always hold them ever in our hearts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Best wishes. Sangram, sir, ଆପଣ ଆସିଯାନ୍ତୁ ଏଠି ବସିଯାନ୍ତୁ ସଂଗ୍ରାମ କଣ୍ଟି
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I will just make it short because I have a lot of good memories of the department and Manivir campus itself. So two things I need to highlight. First of all, when I joined here, I was in a very bad state of mind. A lot of personal tragedies happening. Okay, I think it's audible now. So here, first of all, I take this opportunity to thank Professor Barik, who has personally helped me and overcome that lowest phase of my lab that time. I'm currently into IT and working into AI lab and those kind of stuff. But I think whatever the encouragement he has shown morally and trying to also take me to doctor that time, I really owe. And that didn't stop me. I mean, from MSc, after that one, I went on, acquiring 3 more master's degree. And I'm still in pursuit of the knowledge, right? This is one thing. And second thing, apart from the immense faculty, talented and physics, whatever we studied, I think there are 2 very important life lessons I want to take it. Because luckily I'm blessed, I would say I'm from a family where we didn't have a financial constraint. But here for the first time I have seen my own friends, right? They were from a very poor background. And I don't that has anything to do with to feel shy about it. but I've seen that struggle. They are doing tuitions, let's say two tuitions, and that was the only source of money for them for hostel fees and whatever the recreation will be having, the evening snacks, those kind of things. And we sometimes we think, yeah, why to take low job kind of thing. I mean, it's not, I mean, teaching is not a low job at all. But in the foreign culture, they have the culture of you can earn also like hotel kind of job, and at the same time also you can study, right? But it's not something well accepted in India even so far. So I think that is the biggest encouragement I would say. I mean, I've taken from my friends who are doing these things. And secondly, I mean, to extend, I mean, I will just conclude. To extend the life, I think we need financial support, no doubt of it, a good guidance, right? And people coming from a rural Odisha, right? Where neither the parents are educated, nor financially stable, and going through like, even despite that, because I have passed in 2000 and 2002, almost 20 years down the line. But all of my friends going back, who neither has a sound financial background, who does not have a sound, family who can guide them. Maybe coming over here, they could have got some guidance, and they have done tremendously well. Many of them are highly successful in their respective fields so far. So I think for all the younger friends who are studying, I think it's a great, I mean, encouragement we can take. So even if you are not financially stable, even if no formal guidance at the initial stage, but life does not stop you from there. Okay. So that is the biggest takeaway, I would say, apart from whatever. So, and this is something I'm going to carry throughout my life. Last but not the least, I think all of my faculty members who are there, I mean, Naresh sir, Sakti sir, I'm so glad to see you guys after so long time. LP Singh sir, Supna madam, Karmadeva sir, I'm missing Basa sir, and of course, some office staff and Nityananda Babu who has helped me immensely during that time. I really convey my gratitude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sangram.
Good afternoon, all friends. Let me first tell you one thing, that I am an odd man out here. My name is Chaudhary Nirochandra Das. I studied in Banibhar from 71 to 73. That time we were 16 students. In fifth year, after fifth year, even one of us left for Bark, and later on he became our vice chancellor here, Mr. Ashok Das. Now, what I am saying, why I'm an odd man out. All distinguished scientists and professors are sitting here. I am a banker. I retired as a general manager from Indian Overseas Bank. So I have not much to tell about physics, because what I remember now about physics is for the spelling of PXYSIS, that's all. But I will share one or two experiences being a physics graduate, what in banks also, what is the benefit I have got. See, one incident, I was a junior level planning officer in our planning department. Every bank has got a planning department. In our regional office, I was a planning officer. Later on, I chose to be a faculty in our banking training system. So that time, who was my senior regional manager, he asked me, you are going, please suggest somebody to take your seat. So I suggested one friend, name a friend, immediately asked me, what is his background? I told he's an economics graduate, economics postgraduate, quite ideal for a planning department. He told, no, you suggest somebody else, without telling me what is the reason. Then I suggested another person name. Then he asked me, what is his educational background? I told he is a graduate in physics. Immediately, no, we'll get him. You get him. I was wondering why rather an economic graduate will be a better person for a planning department than a physics person. But then he told me later on, you see, I am a physics background person, and I know the people from physics department are analytic, logical, they take a decision. So many good things he told me, and then I realized, oh, perhaps my physics background has helped me also, and that helped me to go to a very top level in the bank. I retired as a general manager of IOB. Then coming back to department, one or two incidents I'll tell because there is no time. I was the seventh secretary in the 6th year. Someone was sharing here in the morning, I was listening that during his period, they introduced serving of tea in the seminar. But I strongly refute it because I remember my batchmate is here also. We used to have tea or biscuit in every seminar meeting way back in 71, 73. And then some of my batchmates requested me, why biscuit alone? So we started serving in alternate days, alternate meetings, tea with egg chop or vegetable chop, something like that. And that time we were 16 students. You all were talking about ratio. I know teacher to student ratio we were having, but that time we were having 5 professors with us. But we were suffering for another skewed ratio. What is that, you know? We were 16 in department. In our batch, we had only 2 girls. So 14:2 only. And my next batch, they had 15:1. So you know what is the problem we will be facing those days, you know. So that is one thing I just wanted to tell you. And I remember those days we are very nice relationship with our faculties. Every Holi, every Pona Sankranti, we used to have a tradition of preparing Pona in our department. And it will be served to everybody. And who bears the cost? Right from the Professor Deo, head of the department, to Mr. Singh, who was a research scholar that time, everyone used to bear the cost. Similarly, Holi, we'll have some food and other things, they will be bearing the cost. And every Ganesh Puja and Saraswati Puja, it was a rule. The feast, Puja feast will be happening on the next day. Why? Because mutton, chicken, egg and fish, all 4 things will be prepared at their cost only, not at our cost. Right from Dr. Barikiji or everybody used to contribute liberally, and we used to enjoy those days in the department. So we can't forget that day. When this alumni meeting case came up, I was thinking, will I be the right person to be present in that meeting? Everybody will be talking because yesterday so many presentations there. Everything was going from this side to that side only. But I used to go and tell outside, you know, I attended a seminar, you see so many things were astrophysics, all those things were talked about, and I was an audience there. That gives me pride. That is what his department has taught us to have that pride. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So you are not the odd man out, actually. There are many people like you who have not been in physics, but that's okay. We are very happy to hear that you are doing excellent, sir. Sir. Mike. Thank you. Thank you. I think we are almost going towards the end. There is a student from the MSc, Nitesh. He will say a few words. Yeah.
Some good afternoon. तो आज समस्ते ये भी जिते जन कहले समस्ते कहले पास्ट विषय रे तो 3टा जिनस अछि पास्ट प्रेजेंट फ्यूचर तो प्रथमे पास्ट विषय रे कहबी जेतोले मु माने जेतोले भी लास्ट टाइम एलुमिनी मीट हितला एबे भी एलुमिनी मीट हितला तो गोटे जिनस कोन लाइला मते बहुत प्राउड फील हुए कहीं ना मु जेतोले जयपुर रे पढुथुली माने सेते भलो किछि स्ट्रक्चर भलो नथिला विक्रम देव कॉलेज रे हमरो जने सार थिले आ से भी थिले उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी रो से सबले मते कहतुबार तमे जानि ना हो तमे जेबे उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी जीवो तो सेतबेले देखिबो जे केमिति पाठ पढा जे केमिति समान भितर यूनिटी अछि आ जहा कि मु एठी आसी कि फील कली तो समस्ते कोन कहले ना तांको बेले सेमानको टीचर माने सेमानु किभली हेल्प करथिले तो मु एबे प्रेजेंट रो कथा कहबी बहुत जन कहले जे माने टीचर बहुत कम अछन किंतु मु एतिके समस्त कहबा को चाहू जे मोर तरफर माने मो बहुत खुशी ना एबे मानु जे हमरो टीचर कम अछन किंतु जेति जन अछन समस्त एप्रिशिएट करिया कथा से माने निजरो 200% एफर्ट दोउछन आपण निजे भावंतु जदि गोटे यूनिवर्सिटी गोटे डिपार्टमेंट अछि एते कम स्टाफ रे जीवाटा एते भी सहज कथा नै आ जहा कि चालीची आ आमे जे कोनसी सारंग पाकु जे मुहूर्त रे गले भी से माने हमको हेल्प करबा को आगु आछंदी आ तापर रहला फ्यूचर कथा तो मु फ्यूचर रे एतिके मु समस्त को एश्योरेंस दे परिबी जे एबे जेमिति मु आपण मानकु देखि प्राउड फील करछु जे आम पास्ट रे किभली भलो भलो स्टूडेंट किभली भलो भलो टीचर थिले दिने फ्यूचर रे मते भी जणे देखिकी सेमिति प्राउड फील करि परथु थैंक यू
Nitesh, thank you. we really like your confidence and we wish you all the best. हम निहाती चाहिबो कि तमे सेमती आगु जाइके आउरी नाइसर बाणी बिहार ना आगु नियो नाइसर पाटर बाहरियला सॉरी बट नाइसर आमे खाली कहया चाहू जे आमे बाणी बिहार पाखापाखि बेदांगे केते 10 जण फैकल्टी अछि एबे फिजिक्स रे एवं हम नुआ एडिशन होचंदी मिस्टर आइंस्टाइन लुक डॉक्टर तपन मिश्र तपन टी ठिया जा समस्त हेलो कह दियो हमर से नुआ फैकल्टी तपन आईआईटी गुवाहाटी रे थिले से एबे मूव करचंदी आउ हमर भी सीएमआर पे भी जण अछंती अनिंद काना बोली हली कोन हां तेनु तो मु आशा करूची आउरी पिला आगु को जीवे निश्चित तेनु आमे ऑलमोस्ट सरीबा स्टेज रे अच्छे मु रिक्वेस्ट करूची प्रोफेसर डीपी महापात्र जदी किछि कहिबे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जगदीश मना करूची सर मु तो जगदीश को इंसिस्ट करची जगदीश तमे आसी किछि कुह आछि किछि जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी
So, respected dignitaries on the desk, President of the Association, Professor Lambodar Prasad Singh, Vice President, Vice President of the Association, Professor Durga Prasad Mahapatra, Secretary of the Association, come Head of the Department, Prafulla Kumar Panda, Joint Secretary, Professor Subhankar Vedanta, esteemed alumni. First of all, I would like to thank all the members of the Alumni Association for bringing me the honor of opportunity to work as a joint secretary for this association. Now it is my proud privilege to present before you the annual report of the Banivere Physics Alumni Association. The last annual meeting of the Banivere Physics Alumni Association was held on 19 December 2021 in the in the Department of Physics, and during that meeting, about 60 alumni members from different walks of life, 90 students and faculty members of the department attended the meeting. The meeting was presided over by the President, Professor Lambodar Singh. The meeting started with Utkal University theme song, Tunga Sikhari Chula, an opening song. The Secretary of the Association, Head of the Department, Prafulla Kumar Panda, welcomed the guest. Joint Secretary, myself presented the annual report and activity of the alumni for the year 2019 to 21 and briefed the members about the activity and achievement of the students and teachers during the past 2 years. This was followed by a self-introduction by the members, invited speakers, Sri Siddhant Das, IFS Chairperson, Odisha Real Estate Regulatory Authority, ORERA. He delivered a nice talk. And after lunch, several alumni members spoke in the meeting, recalling their experience as students of the department, talked about their present position and work, and discussed various issues related to the department. This was followed by the address by the Vice President and the President of the Association. The office bearers are President Professor Lambodar Prasad Singh, Vice President Professor Durga Prasad Mahapatra, Secretary Head of the Department of Physics, ex officio, Joint Secretary myself, Department of Physics, Utkal University, Dr. Subhankar Vedanta, Associate Professor, School of Physical Science, NISER. Members of the executive body, Professor Kutivas Patnaik, Professor Niranjan Marik, Professor Umacharan Mohanty, Professor Naresh Chandra Misra, Dr. Sri Misra, late Mr. Gopinath Mohanty, Mr. Rajkishore Das, Professor Vedanga Das Mohanty, Professor Munish Adhikari, Professor Snigdha Misra, Professor Sanjay Swai, Dr. Devakanta Smal, Dr. Manas Kumar Dalai, Dr. Surya Narayana Das, Dr. Gopal Krishna Pradhan, and faculty of the department as co-opted member. Now, I would like to update about the financial status of the Banivere Physics Alumni Fund. As we are aware that the Banivere Physics Alumni Fund was envisioned by the 2003 batch MSc students with the objective of providing helping hand to the needy students during their difficult times. Students actually, they borrow money from this fund for attending this interview for their hostel admission, department readmission, form fill-up fees, etc. This fund also sponsors selected MSc student to carry out their summer research project at national institution. It is expected that whoever gets benefit from this fund returns the borrowed amount and also contributes to it whenever it is possible. So the more and more students can benefit from it. In the last alumni meeting, the total expenditure was approximately 38,460 rupees, and due to COVID situation, actually the registration was very less, and from the registration we have generated a revenue of around 7,500. Total balance actually before registration to Golden Jubilee function was 10,56,771 rupees. Okay, and we have also some money in fixed deposit that is amounted to 3,48,521 rupees. Okay. The department is organizing a national seminar by inviting the eminent speaker regularly. The executive body meeting was also held regularly to organize this Golden Jubilee functions and the national conference on advances in physics. We received sponsorship from various organizations like DRDO, Rungata Sun Private Limited, OMC, of Contractor, Advanced Tech, etc. And the contribution from alumni. We thank to the sponsor agency and all our alumni members for their contribution to make it successful. In 2021, the Professor Niranjan Narik Merit Scholarship was awarded to second-year MSc student, Ms. Priyanka Das. This prize has been instituted since 2014 by one of our alumni member. He is here, Mr. Sangram Jetty, is my senior. So this year merit scholarship that is already announced, and it had gone to the second year MSc student, Mr. Nitesh Kumar Patra. He is very dynamic and is helping all this organizing very smoothly, and he is actively participating in this with his group. We hope to receive your suggestion through our deliberation to improve the alumni activity in future. Okay, and thank you all for your active participation for the last 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jagdish, for giving this annual report, which is quite brief but quite informative. And now I request Professor D.P. Mahapatra to say a few words.
Good afternoon. I think we have come to the end of this celebration, and usually the crowd get thinned out as the time progresses. And but I am really happy that we have still a large number of participants sitting here and listening to all the talks or whatever, and participating in an active manner. In my deliberation, I would say, I thought I have done something for through my MSc days, through this. But when I come and see here in the last 2 days, I am overwhelmed with the kind of people that have come here and that have come from the department. It's not very easy to understand that one might think that this is not like MIT or Yale or Harvard or anything. But the quality of people that have come out of this small institution with our limited number of teachers is remarkable. It's just fantastic. And I really feel small that there were director generals, 4 of them. There were the Bhatnagar awardees, and then there is this, Vedang getting the laurel, and you never know what, the younger people will get. And this is remarkable. And I would say that this has not come from the teachers only. The teachers have only guided us. There are poor teachers, there are better teachers, but every teacher is a teacher. But what comes out is actually the effort of the students. And It's our proud privilege. I really feel privileged that I stand here among the galaxy of people and saying that this department, I have gone through this department. This is I have the pride. There was a time when we thought we were just nothing. But now time has changed. Our people who have graduated from this department have gone almost, you can see what Vedant presented. They are almost everywhere. And in all the big places. And I really feel proud, because Vedant telling that story, looking at that email. And I feel proud that both of them were sitting one day, one on my left and one on my right. Okay. And nobody knew they would do this. So this is the kind of students that have this department produced. And I request all of you to strive hard to really keep the tradition going. And if there is anything that we can do, we'll certainly do. And that much I can assure you. But remember, nobody becomes big because of the teachers. Teacher, I would say the teacher is only a guide. And you do whatever you can. And it's better that you put your effort and you put the flag flying. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. So now I request Professor L.P. Singh to give his presidential address.
Hello. Yeah. मंचरे बसिथिबा प्रोफेसर महापात्र, प्रोफेसर जगदीश कुमार, मोर पूज्य प्रोफेसर पटनायक, प्रोफेसर बारिक एवं अन्यान्य सहकर्मीगण एवं बंधुगण, 2 वर्ष धरी मते आपनकर ये जो सुजोग देइथिले सभापति भाव में आपनकर सेवा करिया पई सेतिपाई मु आपनकर निकट रे कृतज्ञ। फल कौन है सेटा आपन बुझिबे। तेबे जेहेतु समस्ते किछि किछि सेमानकर अभिज्ञता कहिले मु भी मोर किछि अभिज्ञता शेयर करबी चुंबक रे। मु साइंस ऑफ न्यूक्लियर फिजिक्स रे करूथिली पोस्ट एमएस परीक्षा रे भी भलो करथिली। चाहुथिली थियोरेटिकल पार्टिकल फिजिक्स रे गवेषणा करिबा। किंतु कौन से गोटे कारण से वर्ष से माने कहा को थियोरेटिकल फिजिक्स रे नेलेनी। तेणु मुझे जदि मुझे विशेष किसी जानी नथली थियोरेटिकल फिजिक्स एक्सपेरिमेंटल फिजिक्स ए सब भितर कौन विशेष भाव में तफात अच्छी किंतु इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंस्ट्रूमेंट घरिका धइला बेल को मोर काई टिके भलो हो नथला डर थिला। तेणु मु भाबली थियोरेटिकल फिजिक्स करी खसी जीवी किंतु से माने नेलेनी। तेणु कौन करिवो तापर सेही समय रे प्रोफेसर देवंकर गोटे फेलोशिप गोटे स्कीम थिला इंडियन नेशनल एकेडमी ऑफ साइंस इनसा। तेणु मु साइंस एकेडमी तेणु मु आ जगदीश कौन भूल जासी नाटा से आमे दी जण अप्लाई कलु साइंस ऑफ न्यूक्लियर फिजिक्स रु जे आमे आसिकरी आपन पाखरे आपन स्कीम रे जोग दबु। सेटू इंटरव्यू हैला जाओ आम दी जन को सार नहीं गले। तेणु सेठी रहिलु प्रोफेसर देव इंग्रजी रे कहती हार्ड टास्क मास्टर ओडिया रे ताकू कौन कह मुझे जाननी किंतु कान मोड़ी आंठू घसईकरी काम आदाय करवा लोक। तेणु ये जो सकाळे किए जने कहते दंडासी ओडिया कथा कर्मदेव कहते। तेणु आमे सब बहुत डरुथुलु कहीं प्रोफेसर तो केतबेले सकाळ 6टारे डिपार्टमेंट थे तो केतबेले राति 10टारे थे कौन करूँ आम तो एत समय रही अभ्यास नाला। तेणु आम जो डिपार्टमेंट को आसू आगे टे दंडासी थिला दंडासी बोली गोटे लोक थिला सी डिपार्टमेंट सब कथा बुझे खोल चाबी से रूम रो खोल चाबी से रूम रो चाबी बंद कर ସାରଙ୍କ ଘରେ ଯାହା କାମ କରିବେ ତା ସକାଳୁ ସକାଳୁ କରିଦେଇ ଆସି ସେ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟରେ ଦିନ ସାରା ଥିବ 24 ଘଣ୍ଟା 24/7 365 days। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଆସେ ଦଣ୍ଡାସି ସାଧାରଣତଃ ବାହାରେ ଦେଖେ ଡର ତ ଥାଏ ନା। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ପଚାରେ ଦଣ୍ଡାସି ସାର୍ କ'ଣ ଆସିଲେଣି? ସେ କହିବ ନାଇଁ ସାର୍ ଆସିନାହାନ୍ତି। ସାର୍ ଆସିନାହିଁ। ଆଉ ପଙ୍ଖା ବୁଲୁଛି ତାଙ୍କ ରୁମରେ ନା ପଙ୍ଖା ବୁଲୁଛନ୍ତି ସାର୍ ଆସିନି। ତେଣୁ ଯାହା ହଉ ସାନ୍ତ୍ୱନା ମିଳିଗଲା। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ସବୁ ଆସିକି ଧାଡ଼ି ହେଇକିରି ବସି ଯାଇଥିବୁ ସାର୍ ଆସିଲା ପୂର୍ବରୁ। ସେଇ ସମୟରେ ଜୀବନ କୃଷ୍ଣ ମହାପାତ୍ର ସିଏ ତାଙ୍କ ବ୍ୟାଚର 61 ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲେ ବିଶ୍ୱବିଦ୍ୟାଳୟରେ। ବିମଳ ପ୍ରସାଦ ମହାପାତ୍ର ସିଏ ବି ତାର ଅନର୍ସରେ ବେଷ୍ଟ ଗ୍ରାଜୁଏଟ୍ ଏବଂ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ଫାର୍ଷ୍ଟ। ତାପରେ ଦିଲ୍ଲୀ ୟୁନିଭର୍ସିଟି MSc ସିଏ ଆସି ଜଏନ୍ କଲା। ଏମିତି ତ ଆମେ 6-7 ଜଣ ଲୋକ ସେଠି। ଅଜୟ ବିଷୋଇ ସେ ବି ରାୟପୁର ଆସି ଜଏନ୍ କଲା। ସତୀଶ କୁମାର ମୁଁ ଯାଙ୍କ ନାଁ ଭୁଲି ଯାଉଥିଲି ସେ ସତୀଶ କୁମାର ୟୁପିର ମିରଟର ଲୋକ। ସିଏ ଆସିକିରି ବି ପହଞ୍ଚିଥିଲେ ମୋ ସାଙ୍ଗରେ ଆସିକି ସେ ସାଇନ୍ସ ସେଣ୍ଟର ପହଞ୍ଚିଲେ। ତେଣୁ ସେ ଗୋଟେ 7-8 ଲୋକଙ୍କ ନେଇକିରି ପ୍ରଫେସର ଦେବଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ରୁପ ଜମିଲା। ସେଇ ଗ୍ରୁପଟା ମୋର କହିବାର କିଛି ଦ୍ୱିଧା ନାହିଁ ଯେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ପ୍ରଥମ ମଡର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ ଆରମ୍ଭ ହେଲା, ଯାହା ପ୍ରଫେସର କର୍ମଦେବ ମହାରଣା କହୁଥିଲେ। ସବୁ ରବିବାର ପ୍ରଫେସର ଦେବ ଆମକୁ ନେବେ ସେ କ୍ୟାଣ୍ଟିନକୁ, ସେଇଠି ବସିକି ଚା ପିଇବୁ, ତାପରେ ଆମେ ପୁଣି ଆସିବୁ, ପୁଣି କାମରେ ଲାଗିବୁ ପ୍ରତି ରବିବାର। ତେଣୁ କୌଣସି ଗୋଟେ ରବିବାର ନାହିଁ, ଛୁଟି ନାହିଁ, କିଛି ନାହିଁ। ତେଣୁ ସେଇ ପ୍ରକାର ଗୋଟେ ପରିବେଶ ଭିତରେ ଯାହା ହଉ ସେତକ କିନ୍ତୁ ଆମେ କରିଥିଲୁ ବୋଲିକି। ଆଉ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଦେବ ଇଜ ଏ ଫର୍ଷ୍ଟ କ୍ଲାସ୍ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ ଇନ୍ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚ, ଏ ବିଷୟରେ କିଛି ସନ୍ଦେହ ନାହିଁ। ଯେକୌଣସି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ଗୋଟେ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ସେ ତାକୁ ଛାଡ଼ିବେନି, କାହିଁକିନା ସିଏ କୋଉଠି ସାହିତ୍ୟ ପଢ଼ନ୍ତିନି, ସେ କିଛି ପଢ଼ନ୍ତିନି, କେବଳ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ, କେବଳ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ। ତେଣୁ ସେ ସେଇ ଯେକୌଣସି ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ସେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ତା ଭିତରୁ କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ବାହାର କରିବେ ଏବଂ ଫିଜିକାଲ ରିଭ୍ୟୁ ହଉ ବା ସେଇ ସ୍ତରର ଜର୍ନାଲରେ ନିଶ୍ଚୟ ସେଟା ଛପା ହବ। ଆଉ ସେ ବୋଧେ ଗୋଟିଏ ଫିଜିସିଷ୍ଟ ଭାରତର ଯିଏ କଣ୍ଡେନ୍ସ ମ୍ୟାଟର ଫିଜିକ୍ସରେ ସବୁଠୁ ଭଲ କାମ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଡବଲ ଟାଇମ୍ ଗ୍ରୀନ୍ସ ଫଙ୍କସନ ସେ ଯେତେବେଳେ କାନପୁର ଆଇଟିରେ ଆରମ୍ଭ କଲେ, ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ୱାଜ ଦ ଫର୍ଷ୍ଟ paper in the whole of the country in that line। ତେଣୁ ହାଇ ଏନର୍ଜି ଫିଜିକ୍ସରେ ବି କଟକସ୍କି ଦେବ ମେଥଡ ବୋଲି ଯୋଉଟା ଆପଣ ସେତେବେଳେ ବହୁତ ଇଏ ହଉଥିଲା, କାରଣ ଏସ୍ ମ୍ୟାଟ୍ରିକ୍ସ ଥିଓରି ତା ଉଠିଗଲା, ଆମେ QCD କୁ ଚାଲି ଆସିଲୁ, ଫିଲ୍ଡ ଥିଓରି ଆସିଗଲା। ତେଣୁ ଆମେ ଭାବୁଥିଲୁ ପ୍ରଥମେ ଯେ ଷ୍ଟ୍ରଙ୍ଗ ଇଣ୍ଟରାକ୍ସନଟା ଫିଲ୍ଡ ଥିଓରି ହେଇପାରିବନି, କିନ୍ତୁ ହେଲା। ତେଣୁ ଯାହା ହଉ ସେ ସମୟରେ ତାଙ୍କର ଦୁଇଟି କାମ କଣ୍ଡେନ୍ସ ମ୍ୟାଟର ଫିଜିକ୍ସରେ ଏବଂ ହାଇ ଏନର୍ଜି ଫିଜିକ୍ସରେ। ତେଣୁ ହି ଇଜ ଆକ୍ଚୁଆଲି ଏ ଟପ୍ ନଚ୍ ମାଇଣ୍ଡ, ଭେରି ରିସେପ୍ଟିଭ, ଭେରି କ୍ରିଏଟିଭ and very hard working। ତେଣୁ ସେଇ ତାଙ୍କରି ପାଖରେ ଗବେଷଣା କଲାରୁ ହୁଏତ ଆମେ କିଛି କିଛି ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ବୁଝିପାଇଲୁ ଏବଂ ଭବିଷ୍ୟତରେ କିଛି କିଛି ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ବି କରିପାରିଲୁ। ସେଇଟା ହେଲା ଗୋଟେ କଥା। ତେଣୁ ଆଟମୋସ୍ଫିୟରଟା ବହୁତ ଭଲ ଥିଲା। କିନ୍ତୁ ଜଣେ କିଏ କହୁଥିଲେ ଆମେ ସବୁ ଆସିଛୁ ନିମ୍ନ ମଧ୍ୟବିତ୍ତ ଶ୍ରେଣୀରୁ, ପ୍ରକୃତରେ ଆମେ ଅଧିକାଂଶ ପିଲା ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ନିମ୍ନ ମଧ୍ୟବିତ୍ତ ଶ୍ରେଣୀରୁ ହିଁ ଆସିଥାନ୍ତି। ବଡ଼ ବଡ଼ ଲୋକଙ୍କ ପିଲା ତ କେବେ ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ପଢ଼ିବାକୁ ବେଶୀ ଇଚ୍ଛା କରନ୍ତିନି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ବି ସେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ନିମ୍ନ ମଧ୍ୟବିତ୍ତ ପରିବାରରୁ ଆସିଥିଲି। ମୋର ମନେ ଅଛି, ଏଥିରେ କିଛି ମୋର କହିବାର ଦ୍ୱିଧା ନାହିଁ। 3-4 ମାସ ଯେତେବେଳେ ସାରଙ୍କ ପାଖରେ ରହିଲି, 400 ଟଙ୍କା ଫେଲୋସିପ୍ ସେତେବେଳେ, କିନ୍ତୁ ବାବା ମା ମୁଁ ଯଦି ପଇସା ନଦେବି ସେ ଚଳିପାରିବେନି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ 3-4 ମାସ ପରେ, ସେ ଫେଲୋସିପ୍ ତ ବହୁତ ଡେରିରେ ଆସେ, ତେଣୁ 3-4 ମାସ ପରେ କହିଲି ଯେ ସାର୍ ପଇସା ଦରକାର। ସେ ଏତେ ଜୋରରେ ପାଟି କଲେ ମୁଁ ସେଇଠି କାନ୍ଦି ପକେଇଲି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଭାବିଲି ବୋଧେ ମତେ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚଟା ଛାଡ଼ିବାକୁ ପଡ଼ିବ। କିନ୍ତୁ ଯାହା ହଉ ଭଗବାନଙ୍କ ଦୟାରୁ କେମିତି କଣ ହେଲା, ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି କିଛି ପଇସା ଦେଲେ କି କଣ, ସେ ଯାହା ହଉ ରିସର୍ଚ୍ଚଟାରେ ରହିଗଲି, PhDଟେ ମିଳିଗଲା। ତାପରେ ମୁଁ ମାଷ୍ଟର ହେଲି। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ମୁଁ ଯାହା କହୁଥିଲି ଗତକାଲି, ଯେତେବେଳେ ପ୍ରତି ଏକାଡେମିକ ସେସନରେ ନୂଆ ପିଲାଙ୍କର ମୁହଁ ଦିଶେ, ସେମାନଙ୍କ ଆଖିର ସ୍ୱପ୍ନ ଆମେ ବୁଝିପାରୁ, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ପାଦ ପଡ଼େ ଆମ କରିଡରରେ, ଫିଜିକ୍ସ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟର କରିଡରରେ ଆମେ ବୁଝିପାରୁ ସେଇ ଯୋଉ ଚଳଚଞ୍ଚଳ ପାଦକୁ ବା ସେଇ ସବୁ ନଏଜ ଯାହା କହନ୍ତି ଇଂରାଜୀରେ, ସେଇ ପ୍ରକାର ଗୋଟେ ଚାର୍ଟରକୁ କେମିତି ଗୋଟେ ମ୍ୟୁଜିକରେ ପରିଣତ କରିବାକୁ ପଡେ, ସେ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ହଉଛି ଶିକ୍ଷକର। We have to actually convert that chatter of footfalls to a music so that people can hear it। ଆଉ ମୋର ସବୁଠୁ ବଡ଼ ଆନନ୍ଦ ମୋ ଜୀବନରେ ହଉଛି ଯେ ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ପିଲାମାନେ ସବୁ ଉପରକୁ ଗଲେ ଏବଂ ବହୁତ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ ରଚନା କଲେ, ସେମାନଙ୍କର ଜୀବନରେ ଆମର ସାମାନ୍ୟ କିଛି ଅବଦାନ ଅଛି। ଯଦି ନଥିବ ଆପଣମାନେ ବି ନାହିଁ କରିପାରିବେ। ତେଣୁ ଏମିତି ହେଇକିରି ଆମେ ଆସିଲୁ। ତାପରେ ଆଉ ଯାହା ତ ହଉଛି ରେଷ୍ଟ ଇଜ୍, ଯାହା କହନ୍ତି ଇଂରାଜୀରେ ରେଷ୍ଟ ଇଜ୍ ହିଷ୍ଟ୍ରି। ଏ ହେଲା ମୋର କିଛି ସ୍ମୃତିଚାରଣ ଡିପାର୍ଟମେଣ୍ଟ ବିଷୟରେ। ତାପରେ ପ୍ରଫେସର ଦେବ ନାହାନ୍ତି, आम भी केतु अंतर्निहित अंतर्ध्यान से तो टागोर भाषा रे द इटर्नल गेम ऑफ हाइड एंड सीक आउ गोटे टागोर गोटे कविता अच्छी गोरा उपन्यास इनटू द केज फ्लाइज द अननोन बर्ड आई नो नॉट व्हेन इट कम्स आउट ऑफ द केज फ्लाइज द अननोन बर्ड आई नो नॉट वेयर इट गोज से हूँ जीवन तेरे किंतु दुख से जीवन भितर कष्ट करी जे आपण माने समस्ते एते उच्च को जारी पाइले से हूँ आमर प्रकृत गर्व एवं सांत्वना एति कहबी मोर अनुभूति विषय रे तापरे आसीबा आपण माने मते जो दायित्व देइथिले जे आपनकर पुरातन छात्र संघर सभापति भाव में 2 वर्ष किछि काम करिवा पई से मध्यम बहुत आनंददायक हेछि आमे जहाँ भी हो पैंडेमिक हो जहाँ हो ता भितर आमे ठीक कले जे आमे 50 वर्ष डिपार्टमेंट रो 50 वर्ष पूर्ति पालन करिवा ये निष्पत्ति नेला बेले मु जानि नथिली जे एटा एते कष्ट निष्पत्ति बा बड़ निष्पत्ति बेले किंतु धीरे 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 आज आमे शेष समय रे पहुंची छे मोटामोटी भाव में मुझे जी लक्ष्य कर पारुची जी बुझी पारुची आमे जहाँ कलु ताकू जी मु सेल्फ एनालिसिस करि परिबी मोटामोटी भाव में संतोषजनक आमे 5टा सुंदर सुंदर टॉक शुणीचे मंत्री आसबार था मंत्री आसबी कही मु शुणिली फेसबुक लिखिं डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजिक्स उत्कल यूनिवर्सिटी इज वन ऑफ द बेस्ट इन द कंट्री ताठू आ कौन बड़ कथा हो पार मंत्री निजे लिखिं तेणु से सांत्वना भी आमर अच्छी तापरे आपण मान सहित पुणी देखा बहुत वर्ष पर आपण सहित कहीं देखाटा एत आनंददायक मन करुच्ची थे मत छात्र कहले से गोटे अनुभूति वर्णना कले ये जो आदिवासी पिला कौन सब स्कूल से पिलाटी आमर से टीचर थिला तारा दत्त बोली जन सेक्रेटरी थिले सरकार सी सब बुलिकी देखुले से पिला मानकर प्रकृति में केते उन्नति होची कहीं शिक्षक जोगी दिगला से उपरकू उपरकू जावा दरकार आदिवासी हरिजन पिला एरिया सब तेणु आदर्श विद्यालय ना कौन कहते तेणु से कहला सार आसिले से सेक्रेटरी से आगे देखीदे रिजल्ट देखिले फिजिक्स रे सबुठ खराब रिजल्ट है से कहले कहीं केमिस्ट्री तो भल केमिस्ट्री विषय तो भल रिजल्ट है मैथमेटिक्स रे भल रिजल्ट है फिजिक्स रे कहीं एते खराब ना मु सर कौन कर मु तो पढ़ी आपण निजे परीक्षा करूँ से परीक्षा कले परीक्षा कर सार देखिले जे नहीं जहाँ ये कहते हूँ ठीक इवालुएशन तेणु तापर से कहले हाँ हाँ ठीक अच्छे तुम चेष्टा कर से केमती भल करेंगे तापर से तार अनुभूति कहला जे जहाँ जहाँ कथा सब आम कहगला सेटा मु करने इच्छा कली तार शेष वाक्यटा हूँ आपण मान छात्र से काम कर चाकरी छाड़देनी इट वाज सो मूविंग माने जड़े चाकरी भी छाड़ दे पार ये हूँ आमर सब अभिज्ञता आहरी केते कथा अच्छी सब तो बर्तमान कही हेनी तेणु तापर आसवा आमर ये जो गोल्डन जुबली जो आम कले जो 50 वर्ष पूर्ति पालन कले डिपार्टमेंट लोक मैंने तो निश्चय आमको साहाय्य कर किसी सन्देह अवकाश नहीं किंतु ता व्यतीत जो माने प्रकृत में यहाँ को आगे नेले से माने एते काम कर मुझे डिस्टर्ब कर विश्वास करें भितर अच्छा वेदांग दास महांती जड़े नाइसर टोटल विजन डॉक्यूमेंट इज हिज क्रिएशन से भितर अच्छा शुभंकर बाबू शुभंकर को मुझे हैरान करी केते थर टेलीफोन करी तेणु आमर फंड पे जो एप्लिकेशन he is the entire he actually took that responsibility entirely सेठू आसिक 40 किलोमीटर डिपार्टमेंट रे हेडमंकर दस्खत भी से करी तापर आमे जो ग्रोसिएट कलु दैट इज एंटायरली हिज क्रिएशन तापर आसिलु मानस दळे आईएमएमटी रे अछंती लोगोटा होची तार माने मानस बाबूकर कंट्रीब्यूशन तेणु सी से आग लोगो कथा से ही उठेले कहले हाँ जब कर किंतु से कले दैट इज डन एंड पीपल लाइक इट मुझे काली अशोक दास को बोधे पचारि मुझे आप ठीक नागुच ना भल नागुच तापर आउ सब बहुत धर्मेंद्र प्रधान को आनिबा से विषय टे बुझा मत बहुत समय सर एमती टेलीफोन करूँ सेमती टेलीफोन करूँ आपको करूँ जोटा मुझे पछाए आपण सतकता कहीदे आम से निम्न मध्यवित्त श्रेणी लोक हिसाब से हो जमी हो गोटे कौन गोटे भितर अच्छी जोटा बेसी क्या अनुरोध करने इच्छा हुए काले मना करदे आ से मना करदेबे डर ही मु कानपुर आईटी छाड़िली आपण मानको से भी आ गोटा मोर अनुभूति मु परीक्षा रे तो फर्स्ट हितली ऑनर्स रे बेस्ट ग्रेजुएट भी हितली मो वर्ष मु जतले कानपुर आईटी चली गली सिना गोटा उत्साह चली गली बिना इंटरव्यू रे मिल गला बिना इंटरव्यू आई डिड नॉट अटेंड एनी इंटरव्यू आई डिड नॉट राइट एनी टेस्ट किंतु सेठी जाई पहुंच देखिली जे मो पैसा सुविधा होछ किंतु मागी तले साहाଯ୍ୟ केमती गोटा कोन आशा करथले हो तो मिली थांदा किंतु से साहस नथला सो आई हैड टू कम बैक टू रेवेन्सा कॉलेज से जाओ तेणु आमर से साहस नथिला मते मानस को एटा टेलीफोन कर दियन तांको टेलीफोन कर दियन मते टिके संकोच ना के मो मन भीतर किंतु तांको सेई मानकर सब कथा सुनी सुनी मो टिके उत्तेजित हेली एवं जो जगह मु हुए तो मो मन को टेलीफोन करि न थांती कली आ तार भी गोटा बहुत सुफल मिलला मु भाइस चांसलर जो प्रथम थर टेलीफोन कली मु केबे विश्वास कर नथिबि जे से एते सहयोगी संपन्न हेबे बेली आम 50 वर्ष पूर्ति पालन ये जो कार्यक्रम प्रति सी कहली कहली एमती आ धर्मेंद्र आसबार थिला से खरा बेले 1:40 मिनिट नेखिचंदी आसीबे 8:40 मिनिट नेखुचंदी जे नाही आसीपर आपण आउ जने क्या भल चीफ गेस्ट आम देखी पारे आप विश्वास करेंगे टोटाल डे से दिन से चेष्टा कर मत कहले मुझे चेष्टा कली चेष्टा कली सुब्रत बाग चेष्टा कली एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को चेष्टा कली एमती कहले तापर मो तरफ कहली आप छाड़ी दिंतु आ क्षमा करेंगे मुझे दायित्वटा देती आप हैरान तेणु से मुझे टेलीफोन कर सब बहुत सहानुभूतिर सहित मो कथा शुणी से ही कहू से थिले से मीटिंग रे धर्मेंद्र आसिले से कौन सीधा कहले से आप फिजिक्स लोक कहीं हैरान कले ना मुझे आसबार था से आप ना सी कौन कर मंत्री कौन कहले से कौन कर मीटिंग चली टॉक चली ना आप आसुना ना हो चलते तेणु मृत्युंजय टेलीफोन करथिला आगुरु मृत्युंजय महापात्र से तेणु से कंटाक्ट कले मृत्युंजय को कहले जे मंत्री जाऊँगी तेणु आम ये प्रस्तुत रही तेणु केतकांश अंततः आम जो आशा थिला जे मंत्री आसबे आम कथा शुणवे मुझे कहली टे विजन डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़े ही अल्सो मेंशन इट आ मुझे कहली आपको से फेसबुक रे भी लिखिं तेणु ये गोटे सुंदर संजोग होगा तेणु यहीपरि भाव में मानस आसिली जो सोवेनिटी आप देखुं जी जहाँ आर्टिकल लिखित किंतु सबू कम कर देवकांत सामल देवकांत पूरा पूरी एकुटिया टाइप करिया भी बहुत हैरान किंतु कहीं तो किसी अभियोग मो विरुद्ध आनी ना पर्यंत पचर जब आने मुझे तेणु देवकांत से दायित्वटा पूरा पूरी तुले नापर आम जो मेमेंटोटे कले खाली आम मेमेंटा करूँ एमती करूँ कौन करूँ ये कथा शुणी शुणी श्री मैडम कहले मुझेदेवी मोर चिन्ह परिचय अच्छा मुझे चेष्टा करी करदेवी तेणु सबू 60टा जाक मेमेंटो सी तैयारी कले चिन्ह परिचय को काम लगे आमको सभा शेष जो एक्जिक्यूटिव कमिटी के आसते उत्तरीय कथा पड़ा सी भी कंटाक्ट अच्छी तो आईएएस अफिसर संपर्क नहीं से करदे पारे ना आम एत सहज से कम पारि न था जिते एंटरटेनमेंट कथा उठिला मुझे कौ कौ प्रणति मिश्र जी काली एंकरिंग करुले से कहली प्रणति आम एमती गोटे चेष्टा कर 50 वर्ष प्रतिपालन करूँ ये करूँ एंटरटेनमेंट गोटे प्रोग्राम रखू सी तरफ वॉलंटियरली कहला जे आपन जदि मत दायित्व देवे मुझे सब कथा पूरा पूरी बुझीनेबी आ प्रकृत में आपण मैंने देखिथे काली आपण मैंने केते ताको से प्रोग्राम गुडी को उपभोग कले एवं कौन से काम रे मु सब केवल कहे देख प्रणति मु किछि जानि नि ए विषय केते पैसा नेबे कौन करिवे मु खाली जेतले से पैसा कहला लक्षे पाखापाखि मुझे शुभंकर सहित कथा मुझे एत कौन पढ़े वेदांग सहित कथा सिद्धांत को पचारि कहीं सिद्धांत मिसेस होती जड़े संगीतज्ञ एवं संगीतकार तेणु मुझे पचारि केते पैसा पड़े ये कौन लक्षे कहले छुआ ना ना लक्षे कौन जड़े आसिले लक्षे टका ने तेणु मुझे भाविली ठीक ठाक अच्छी ताले मुझे बुझुली प्रणति टू आम टोटाल खर्च एंटरटेनमेंट है 90,000 टका तेणु से विदिन लिमिट्स तेणु यहीपरि भाव में केते लोक केते प्रकार साहाय्य कर आम जहाँ करें ना आम कि पारि न था तेणु से जी लोक अंततः आम अच्छे तेणु आपड़ टे करताली दे से कार्यक्रम को अभिनंदन जनातु यह मोर अनुरोध मु भावुँ आप टॉप जो 5टी टॉक थिला अति सुंदर टॉक थिला आपण माने निश्चय ताको उपभोग करिथिबे मो पई तो से बहुत सुंदर टॉक सब 5टी जाक थिला तेणु आउ मोटा मोटी भाव रे आमे शेष पर्याय को आसी गले तेणु आपण मानकर सहाय्य सहयोग सहानुभूति स्नेह सब किछि को पाथ्य करी ए कामटी मु आपनकर सारिली धन्यवाद नमस्कार
थैंक यू सर सर समस्त कथा कहले बोधे गोपाल कथा भूली गले हाँ सर गोपाल एक्चुअली बहुत साहाय्य करछि रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस अपडेट करिवारे आ समस्त बहुत पूरा साहाय्य करछंती म बहुत काम करिछि से हाँ सो सर आपण खाली गोटे कथा मते एक्साइट कर दिले मु भाबितले किछि कहबिनी आपण कहले जे जो आम मानकर सक्सेस रे आपनकर होय त किछि त माने थिबो कंट्रीब्यूशन मु खाली कहू जे मु केबे पीएचडी फिजिक्स रे करियो बोली भाबि नथिली मु एठी एक्चुअली आस्थिली बीएससी परे हमर पीएचडी कोन मु सब जानि भी नथिली एठी आस्थिली गोटे हॉस्टल एडमिशन हे गेले मु एमसीए कोचिंग नै की एमसीए करार इच्छा थिला एक्चुअली एठी आसी पाठ पढला पर एठी फिजिक्स भल लागिला फर्स्ट ईयर रे सम स्वप्ना मैडम कर्मदान से रिक्वेस्ट करथिली से मते पीआरएल ले रेकमेंड करथिले समर इंटर्नशिप पई बट सम से एप्लीकेशन कोटे हजि गला बोली सेठी कहले तापर जे एलपी सिंह सर सेठू कहली एन दिन सर बोले तुम जाउ नै कोटे से हम से बहुत समर प्रोजेक्ट करिया जाऊ मु कहल नाइ सर मोर हजि जाइछि आ कोन करिवि तेले चलो ताले मु तुमको आईओपी रे कहबी एलपी सिंह सर बढ़िया स्कूटर थाए तो स्कूटर रे हेठू दिन गलु सर मु जाई कि दुर्गा सर मु जाई कहले आ तमे दुर्गा आ तमे एटी आकु नै जाओ एटी प्रोजेक्ट करियो दुर्गा कहला ठीक अछि बढ़िया आ मते नै ढुके देले का ना बेदांग पाखे एटू सेही दिन ठार चलछि तो सर खाली सारी दिए गोटे सर सेटू वेदांग विषय तो बहुत जानी सब अवार्ड फार्ड पाइछन ऑफ कोर्स ही इज वेरी अकम्प्लिश्ड एंड आवर आइडल एंड इंस्पिरेशन किंतु से जेतले पीएचडी करते से एन बसथिबे सबले सातटा भंगा हेतो हेडो इनकम करते हां कोन हला आसिलो अच्छा मते देइतले दुर्गा सर मियोन डिटेक्टर जो डिटेक्शन प्रोजेक्ट से 2 मास वेदांग पूरा मुंडो खाइछन धूम हला आउ जने दीपक खाइतले सीए साज कर दीपक मिश्र जे बीआरसी रे अछंती सी एक्चुअली बहुत साहाय्य करथिले मते दीपक भाई को मुंडो भी खाइछन वेदांग मो पई काना मु सेतबेल भी ठक थिली महा ठक थिली एक्चुअली बट आ पारिलिनी लास्ट किछि प्रोजेक्ट करिया पइला तापर प्रोजेक्ट करले तापर फिजिक्स भल लागिला तापर हेटु कहले फिजिक्स कर दवा हेटु फिजिक्स समा पीएचडी करली तेणु मो माने कैरियर रे आम टीचर मानकर वेदांकर दुर्गा साईंकर समस्त अवदान अच्छी तेणु एक्चुअली समस्त ठिया कले समस्त गोटे प्रकार स्टोरी कहबे निश्चित बहुत लोग फिजिक्स करिवे बोली भाबी के आसी नथिले जो माने कहते कि पिला बेलू मु पूरा भाबितली फिजिक्स रे पीएचडी करी प्रोफेसर भी सेटा केते दूर सत्य मु जानिनी किंतु मोस्टली एमती इंस्पिरेशन है कि हुए तेणु बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर समस्त को हाथ जोड़ी नमस्कार करुच्ची वर्तमान गोटे पब्लिक डिमांड अच्छी कि बारिक सर दीपद कहबे सर आपण पाख मु माइक नहीं जाऊँ सर किछि कहंतु सर रिक्वेस्ट
आज्ञा जो मान ना कहली छड़ा तो आहरी लोक अच्छा मुझे क्या भूली जाऊँ किंतु गोपाल से सेमती सब कम ये जो केते रजिस्ट्रेशन है गूगल फॉर्म कौटू केते आसला केते टंका किए देला से सब हिसाब गोपाल रखी आ मु काली जहाँ मते से कहला ये जो आमे जो मीटिंग करूचे से विषय सब माने आम इंटरनेट रे सब कौन अपडेट कर चलछि जोड़ा मु भले कि जानिनी समस्त लोक पचारुचंती विभिन्न आडू कौन हम कौन नहीं आम प्रोग्राम केमी चलछि को बेले को प्रोग्राम टा हम सब कथा ही इज एक्चुअली अपडेटिंग पीपल हु आर आउटसाइड हु आर ऑनलाइन तेणु से आ गोटे काम तृतीय कथा मुझे कहवाक चाहूँगी जे आमर गोटे लाकुना प्रकृति अच्छी गोटे आमर भल वेबसाइट ना आमर भल वेबसाइट किए केमती कौन जदि करें भल हम इट्स नॉट अपडेटेड तापर भल भी ना बोधे अवस्था से 2-3टा खंडे कौन बाहर आप खोजे ये है गोटे द्वितीय हूँ डाटाबेसटा भी बहुत वीक आम जिते चेष्टा करूँ मुझे निजे भावी पार्टी आम किसी लोक छाड़ी जाऊँ कहीं आम समस्त पाखे अजाणत छाड़ी जाऊँ कहीं आम समस्त विषय आम पाखे किसी संवाद ना आम जापार से कौटी अच्छा बर्तमान तेणु सी आउ गोटे जिनस जोटा आमको करा पड़ो ये 2टा जिनस हेले मु भावुची alumni टिके मोर फंक्शनल हम आजिकल तो हे गला सब ऑनलाइन ना तेणु सेटा को हम टिके ध्यान देबा पड़ियो सर आपण जो वेबसाइट कथा कहले एक्चुअली प्रमोद जेतले थिला जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी से बहुत कंट्रीब्यूशन करची प्रमोद पाइटे ताली हे जो से डाटाबेस एक्चुअली बहुत जहाँ भी हेई तारी समय हेई निश्चित भाव आमे ताको आगु नबा सेटा अन्य मान निश्चित करिवे सर बारिक सर आपण टिके सर गोटे माइक्रोफोन टिके मिनटिए कहंतो किछि सर सर छोटो रिक्वेस्ट हाँ ठीक अच्छे सर को बाध्य करवानी तबे आई थिंक वी आर एट द क्लोज नाउ वी हैव टू री-इलेक्ट द ऑफिस बियरर हमर प्रेसिडेंट वाइस प्रेसिडेंट जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी आउ एग्जीक्यूटिव कमिटी में दी जन जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी जने डिपार्टमेंट जने बाहर मु खाली मोरटा कहि दिए मोर 12 वर्ष हे गला तेणु मु आशा करछि एई थरा मते क्षमा करिवे तेणु बर्तमान हाँ नुआ टीम सर हो सर माइक्रोफोन
माइक्रोफोन मास्टर लोक हम पार्टी तो सुनिबो एटा सत्य जहाँ प्रोफेसर सिंह कहले से जो दायित्व तांको दिया जाइथिला से दायित्व से निश्चित भाव में सुचारू रूपे ग्रुप को धरी करिसंती मु वर्तमान रिक्वेस्ट करी एंटायर ग्रुप जी उपस्थित अछंती एठी आछंतु आमे तांको ताली दो सब आछंती छिडा होते एंटायर ग्रुप जो माने काम करिसंती एंटायर ग्रुप एठी आछंतु सब ए आगे छिडा होंतु एठी आछंतु समस्त जो मैंने अच्छा समस्त छिड़ा हूँ ठीक अच्छे तुम पिला हेलो भी डोंट वरी ओके आउ के नाते थी आमे फिजिक्स लोक माने विशेष भाषणबाजी करूना आमे काम करू ये जो ग्रुप काम करिसंती ए साइलेंटली काम करिसंती अंकर प्रोपागेंडा बेसी नाही कुआड जाय कि पाटितुंड करिवार नाही आउ जो काम करिसंती खूब भलो काम करिसंती आमे आगुरु करिवार थिला कोरोना आदि विभिन्न प्रकार प्रॉब्लम हला आमे करि परले नै बेटर लेट देन नेवर आ इमान जो कार्य करछंती खूब भलो काम करछंती एक समय समस्त ताली दियंतु द्वितीय कथा हला प्रेसिडेंट सेक्रेटरी तो हमर एक्सेप्शो हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट जो माने अछंती से माने रहंतु काहे कि ना आ पर ना सुनो प्रोफेसर दुर्गा महापात्र आई फॉर्मली एड्रेस यू प्रोफेसर महापात्र नॉट दुर्गा don't deny anything you stay at least for a year so that whatever has been done your accounting your details it will take quite a bit of time and nobody else can do it that smoothly do it at least for 1 year then we'll see don't deny all of you those who are there I think you will agree with me that the some executive member may be changed. Some executive member may be changed because some people may not be coming at all, and there is no need to keep them in the executive. We can change them, but the office bearer should remain the same. Is it the house agreeable to this? The house is agreeable. Please don't deny. You go ahead. How अधिका विषय कहबा को मु इच्छा करनी किसी एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर आमे बदलैबा दरकार जो माने मोटे आसु नांती मध्य किछि लोक आम भितर चली जाइछंती मु जानि छी डॉक्टर महांती से रेगुलरली आसंती से नांती हम सब गण रे आउ केतेक लोक मध्य थिले जो माने आसी पार नांती आमे तांको जागा रे अन्य मेंबर को रबा आसतु आपण जो माने इलेक्शन शुभंकर आसो जो एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर जो माने आसु नांती तांको चेंज करो बाकी समस्त रहिबे
थैंक यू सर सो एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर जगदीश लिस्ट अछि की अच्छा तुम से लिस्ट काढ़ मु आपन समस्त रिक्वेस्ट करी एक्चुअली जो करेंट एमएससी स्टूडेंट अछन सेमान भी बहुत परिश्रम करछन तांको पई ते जोर करताली हे जाउ बहुत कष्ट करछन थैंक यू गॉड ब्लेस यू ऑल एग्जीक्यूटिव कमिटी मेंबर को नाटे जगदीश दियो हाँ सेटा पढ़ी दबा existing executive committee member होचंदी प्रोफेसर कृतिवास पटनायक प्रोफेसर निरंजन बारिक प्रोफेसर उमाचरण महांती प्रोफेसर नरेश चंद्र मिश्र डॉक्टर श्री मिश्र गोपीनाथ महंत नाहंती मिस्टर राजकिशोर दास प्रोफेसर वेदांग दास महांती प्रोफेसर मुनेश अधिकारी प्रोफेसर स्निग्धा मिश्र प्रोफेसर संजय स्वाई डॉक्टर देवकांत सामल डॉक्टर मानस कुमार दलाई डॉक्टर सूर्यनारायण दास Dr. Gopal Krishna Pradhan, and then faculty of the department as co-opted member. तेणु मु रिक्वेस्ट करी जदि किसी वॉलंटियर करिवे जो पाखा के रहउछंदी हां गोपीनाथ मान तो नाहंती से तेणु आउ भी मुनेश अधिकारी से आसु नाहंती प्राय तेणु तेणु जदि आउ 2-3 जन मेंबर आमे पांते टिके भलो होंदा आगे हाँ फिजिक्स बाहर हले भी भलो आगे भी प्रसन्न दास एलपी सिंह साहब प्रपोज कर मिस्टर प्रसन्न दास नहीं आगे ओके सर तांको ना सर लिखुची काटी देली हाँ लिखि देबी आउ जने दी जने जदि के वॉलंटियर करिवे नंबर हेलानी मुनेश अधिकारी सिद्धांत प्रसन्न कुमार दास और दीपक महांती तांको ना भी रहले हो ताल ठीक अछि ताले ये हले नुवा मेंबर्स आउ किछि प्राय कहबार नहीं पचार देख बुझ दबा जदि राजी हेले रहइबो नहीं ओके सर ताहले थैंक यू ऑल आपण आसले 2 दिन समय देले गोटे बहुत भल हला मीटिंग समस्त अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद आशा करूछु कि नेक्स्ट ईयर एलुमनी मीटिंग भलरे हो एवं किछि हमें एलुमनी हॉल विषय चिंता करिबा तापे फंड रेजिंग करिबा आलोचना करिबा आगो केमती डिपार्टमेंट रो विजन जोटा अछि सेटा किछि किछि हे कि धीरे धीरे अचीव हो एका बेले तो सब किछि होबनी एते कहि आपन विदाय नउछु धन्यवाद जय जगन्नाथ नमस्कार हाँ जगजीत एबे कहूची कि जो माने डोनेट करिया चाहउछंदी रिसीप्ट बाहर अछि एडवांस रिसीप्ट थैंक यू बहुत थोड़ा कहले सुनो एक्चुअली गोटे छोट मिस्टेक है मिस्टेक तो कहबा जो माने हेलो हेलो जो माने ऑनलाइन अछंती आपन को भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग आपण ଏବେ ଲଗ୍ ଆଉଟ୍ କରିପାରିବେ ଆଶା କରୁଛୁ ଆପଣ ମାନେ ଆସିଲେ ଏଇଠି ଭେଟ ହବ ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ ସାର୍ ରଖିଦେବା ସାର୍ ହଁ ଏବେ ହାଇ ଟି ଅଛି ଆମେ ବାହାରେ ଯାଇକି ହାଇ ଟି ଏନ୍ଜୟ କରିବା ଥ୍ୟାଙ୍କ ୟୁ Thank you very much.